Oh yeah, I'm just off in the distance. Oh, no, how did we go live already? I'm not even near the camera. Damn, it looks like Wrong is doing it by himself. I mean, if he wasn't, you'd have seen my finger holding him up, and that's not possible. I'm not even here. Get over here, Wrong, you little scamp. Go back over there. Whilst we go live. Oh, you silly kid. You silly little tangerine. You goofy little orange juice. Hello, John Thomas Jones. Boop. Indeed. Welcome. We've just gone live, doing a little short, not marathon stream, but it's game day and I want to participate. Hello, Ben Walters. Aaron has been doing the good work all day. Have a good work, Sea Striker 87. Hello, Mongo Mango. Team captain of our Extra Life team, Aaron, has been going hard all day, and I wanted to lend a little bit of a hand. So we're gonna do the good old Rote 2021 Vangelis Paint stream. Hello, Johnny World Beater. So I didn't plan this very much at all. Hello, Robot Lorekeeper. It is a Vangelman. So I'm just gonna paint stuff, and I thought of a few milestone challenges, but as before, I'm streaming on my phone. I don't have a way to check the Extra Life page very easily from here. Hello, Oris Tenorio. So I thought a straightforward milestone thing to do, which is a little bit of a challenge. Hello, Tokupunk Productions. Is let's say every time we hit a $25 milestone, I have to transfer contrast paint into a dropper bottle. Now, you might say, were you not going to do that already if that's something that you're prepared to do? Maybe, but I'd be doing that from the chill location of my couch over there and not in front of a stream right here where all kinds of things could go wrong because I'm going to be not focused on the task of pouring contrast paint into a dropper bottle. So the only thing is, I have no idea when I'm hitting those $25 milestones, so I need y'all to just tell me. Please don't lie. That's not in the spirit of the event. But also, that would just be kind of silly, because, I don't know what you'd be getting out of lying about that. Oh, we're gonna trick him. We're gonna trick him into pouring paint into tubes. That's the only challenge thing I could think of. I do have another idea for fun non-paint activity I could insert at the end, but I don't know how that would relate to how this all works. So we're just gonna wing it a little bit. Oh, Captain Aaron, aren't you busy right now? Actually, I can't remember how long you were doing your thing for. Or a scenario. Yeah, the tab is a little sack of trash. The Shadow Panther tab, I wasn't lying. That whole video from start to finish was a 2.5-hour production. I had just opened that toy and was like, oh, I should film the tab. And then the tab began disintegrating immediately. So, you know, that's how it goes. Let me make sure I'm all plugged in here. Aaron is still going. I'm just up in a second window as Beat Saber's also going on in the room. Awesome. The brightness on my thing here. All right. I've been trying. I'm always worried that my phone is doing all kinds of things it's not supposed to when I'm using it as a streaming device. I saw Hope Tigatron doesn't have it. Yeah, me too. Stop motion review. The tab has literally no reason to exist. Yeah, it offers a sort of stability in another scenario, but it's like they ended up not needing the stability, but the tab is still there. Indiana team says hi. I say hi to the Indiana team. Ben Walters, ooh, Studio Series Jolt. Oh, reissued. I forgot about the reissues. Congrats. And let me show you some of the disaster I live in here. So, eventually, I won't need to use my phone, hopefully, at some point, because hopefully, I can clear all of this and put my laptop here. So that at least, even if I'm streaming on my phone, I can have my laptop here, like a little chat station. The reason it's not here right now, as you can see, is because this desk is a complete disaster. As is most of my living space. But we're working on it. Anyway, where do I want to start? Where do I want to begin? I would like to do a bit of busy work, I think. I also have some new tools. I have a new tool. At Canadian Tire, I got this OXO squeezy bottle, and I filled it with some distilled water. Oh, this thing is magnificent for when I need to top up the water in my wet palette. It's so much easier than lugging this thing over to a sink and like trying to... Anyway, I'm really happy about that. I just bought a second one to put cooking oil in. It's really, these are nice. They got them at Canadian Tire. Helpful to all you Americans, I'm sure. By the way, my donation link is in the description of this stream. It should be. But Aaron is also pasting it right now, I think. Yes, there it is. Oh, Johnny Worldbeater, do you record all your videos with your phone or do you have a high-def camera? No, I record all my videos with a DSLR camera. In fact, I record all my videos with this. And I saw that there's a way to make this into a webcam, but I don't entirely understand it. I have to look into that still. I haven't been able to make the time, and I would probably also need a computer here to do that, which I do not have here right now. My computer is on the other side of a concrete wall to my left, so I don't have a simple way to just get a hookup going. I live in a not as small as some other ones, but I live in a one-bedroom Toronto apartment. So space is still at a premium, but I'm fortunate in that I have a teeny squeezy little bit more space than some other folks living in town do. So when I'm talking about busy work, I'll show you a finished model. I finished some Necrons, and I got 4 more of these that I could do. And I've got them. They're in the midst of being worked on. But I can do some of the fun bits now because I got a lot of the main busy work already out of the way. I'm just gonna jump around to a whole bunch of things because I got so much stuff sitting around, and I gotta also Sea-Wing Sion, double fingered guns. Hey, I got 3 of these Aristea pieces painted now, and I got 5 of them left, and I'll have finished the core box, and I really want to finish them up too. I don't know where to put them, though. I need to, what I want to do is in the core box, I want to glue down a piece of steel or something, because they all got a magnet in the base. So I can just magnet them into the core box. I have all kinds of stupid miniature stuff flying around in my head right now. And you might think, oh, dang, what about toys? Oh, I got so much stupid toy stuff flying around in my head right now, too. Next review is review 420, and I have a plan. It's not like an elaborate plan, and neither is it a good plan, but it's my plan. And that's what's important. I also just organized all this paint this morning. I only slept about 4 hours, and then I snapped awake at 5:45 in the morning. So I've just been rolling with it. Stop motion reviewer, how do I have the patience to paint something so small with so much detail? It's kind of zen. The problem is right now, I haven't had an eye exam in like 2.5 years. And I'm noticing, with my glasses on, I'm having more trouble seeing close than far. So I'm having to, like, I'm doing the old person thing now, where I'm dipping my head down and looking over my glasses when I'm painting things in little detail. And I feel so decrepit and organic. Really, I just need to get another eye exam, but that's so much work to do right now. My glasses work well enough. Also, I'm just realizing I got out my wet palette, and I'm starting with the Vallejo Real Metal. Any new Transformers SS or Kingdom? I'm waiting. A friend of mine is on the lookout for Jolt for me. But I've only seen the stuff Jolt ships with in town. Oh, Stevenson, you know what I mean? Yeah, with illustrations, it's so frustrating. Because, like, it's like glasses are supposed to help. And they're not when I'm trying to do my fun little things, where ostensibly one would think you need glasses more. My glasses are primarily for distance, and once upon a time that just meant everything. But now it's all getting tricky and complicated, as organic pieces tend to do. As soon as I can replace all this meat of mine with some more ageless material, let me tell you. Just gotta give this a good shake. So what I'm gonna do, just to let you know, is the next thing I'm going to do on the Necrons is all the gold bits I do in copper first. So I'm gonna go hit all the copper things. For review 420, what I can reveal, it's an old toy. It's not a Transformer, because once I had that whole thing of like, ooh, all the green Transformers, that'd be funny. But then it became so much work of like, oh, there's so many green Transformers. That's the kind of video topic where it just sets up people to say you missed one. So I was looking around at some old toys I had sitting around, and I was thinking, what makes me think of a crusty old stoner going, "Ayy," and I locked eyes with one figure, and I was like, oh, it's you. It's not like a classically stoner character. It's just that the character instantly fills my head with the feeling of "Ayy." He's kind of a, I guess in the meta world of characters, you could say, dude's kind of like a colossal scumbag. But what else can I say? I think it's an old Resaurus toy. If anyone remembers the company Resaurus, this is from when I was like pre everything. Do you think Marvel Legends in stop motion could get you monetized? As long as you're not using Marvel audio, that should be fine. The bummer about using anything related to the mouse is that the mouse really likes to say, like, oh, it's some really great fan work you did that we own. You know what I mean? But stop motion animation should be transformative enough, as long as you use some generic audio or make your own audio. Then I would expect you would be fine. Now this may look like a lot of like weird little busy work, but the helpful thing is I've already done 6 Necron Immortals. 5 of them with a different gun, but that other gun was actually more work than this gun for my paint scheme I'm doing. So I've mentally mapped all these spots out already. So it's not like I'm having to come up with the detailings on the fly, which just sort of changes the nature of this kind of busy work, because it's like I know where it all goes now. And I'm also, by painting some rank and file from a miniatures game, I'm trying to teach myself to paint them as rank and file, because I've been painting a lot of Riot Quest solo characters. Like, Riot Quest is nothing but solo characters. So by painting some rank and file, it's a way to tell myself, like, hey, guess what? These don't have to be perfect. These just have to be okay looking in a group of 5 to 10. Which is good for teaching myself to kind of let some things go for the sake of just enjoying that completion high. The one bummer is this is just busy work enough that in the moment I am not looking at the chat, because I'm looking at what I'm doing. So I gotta glance up in a second here. Give you a scroll. Aaron's got the link in the chat, by the way, for that Extra Life donation to my page, which is part of Aaron's team, Andy Rue's Gaming Gang. Every time we hit $25, I am going to transfer a contrast paint into a dropper bottle. You'll see what that means if we hit $25. Frosty Cube, can we get some spoiler talk on Cyberverse Season 4? Oh, I'm so torn. Because it only came out today, and like, I want to gush about it a lot, but I don't feel that's fair, especially as the person on the stream. I can spoilerlessly gush a bit, though. Now, granted, it's Cyberverse Season 4. Yeah, they're right there. I haven't seen it yet. I'm not gonna drop any spoilers. It is Cyberverse, so like there is a certain ceiling on like what a spoiler is, I guess, in Cyberverse. Actually, not really. Now that I'm thinking about it, what I will say is that there was something I didn't know about, and I'm really glad I didn't know about it. And I think everyone is spoiling it all over social media right now. So it won't wreck the show because it's not a plot spoiler. It's just a fun thing to be taken by surprise. UK was region locked. What? Oh man! Friggin' Transformers official page. Check Dailymotion. See if good old Himbo Soundwave on Dailymotion has got a rip up there. That's how I watched a lot of Cyberverse when I didn't know where to find it. That's also how I learned the word himbo. True story. You promoting piracy even though it's freely available on YouTube? Damn right I am. If they region lock the entire UK from watching it, damn right I am. Can't they get a VPN? Yeah, VPNs cost money. Why should someone have to buy a VPN just to watch a Transformers cartoon? What year is it again? 2021. Region lock the friggin' things. That's so silly. I can't believe it's region locked in the UK. Yeah, it was like, it's already been consigned to a YouTube debut and they region lock it? Like, what do they want? What do they want? Like, absolutely, it would be great to support it on there. But if you're region locked from doing so, what are you supposed to do? Oh, so silly. I don't mean to start yelling about things already this early in this stream, but wow. But yeah, it is. I should say that the new Cyberverse stuff is season 4. Season 4 is a pair of 44-minute long episodes. And they completely, utterly spoil seasons 2 and 3. As a season 4 maybe should, but one might expect that Cyberverse is maybe a bit more kids fair, if one hasn't been keeping up. So what I'm hoping I'm letting you know right now, you know, there's good stuff in there. So I think Cyberverse is one of the best cartoons we've had in a long time. Not taking away anything from other cartoons, but like, Cyberverse is aggressively good for what it is, which is like how do I put this? The bullet points description of the production of Cyberverse makes it sound like something that was going to be throwaway web cartoons, but everyone working on it was like aggressively pursuant of quality. Also, if you've watched the Netflix Transformers shows and you haven't watched Cyberverse, you owe it to Jake, the voice actor of Optimus Prime in both shows, to hear his better performance in Cyberverse. That's why I've been real persnickety on, like, lay off the voice actor. Yeah, Cyberverse, the thing is, I agree with you, Cyberverse is fairly relaxed, doesn't take itself super seriously, except that, like, it kind of takes itself pretty seriously, but in a fun way, is what I would argue. Cyberverse cares about its continuity. And it oddly cares about its world building a lot. It is also basically, how did I put it before? Replacement's a weird word to use, but it does everything G1 did, nostalgia set aside, and then does all the things people want a modern, cool, badass G1 show to do. Bullet point by bullet point. So it is actually the show that every Usenet fan, every grumpy Usenet fan ever wanted back in the 90s. Because it's all referential, and it's got no human characters. It is slow to get going. The first season is the worst season, but also a lot of the first season is pretty good. Alex Lemons, howdy ho to you and also the gang, even though I've been here the whole time. Cyberverse Season 3 thoughts in retrospective. Oh, I'm still so hesitant, because, like, Season 3 is so magical, but I got ways. When can we expect an MMC Rung review? I don't know. I don't have one. I'm hoping that they're for sale at TFCon Toronto. But I do not currently have an MMC Rung whatsoever. Mostly because there's a whole bunch of shows going on. Pose plus Gaugaigar. Who's gonna buy me that? That's a rude response, but also that's my response. Yeah, Season 1 of Cyberverse has so much world building. Its first 10 episodes are the worst part of the entire series, and then Season 1 just gets going. And even those first 10 episodes, like, they have the Velocitron episode, don't they? Cyberverse does not have cringe humor if G1 also does not have cringe humor, is what I will say. G1's humor is 100 times more cringe than Cyberverse's humor. I can say that as an academic and a scientist. Need a review on just acquiring an MMC ROM. Part 1. So it's up on Planet Steel Express. But I don't want to buy an expensive toy today. Part 2. Alright, it's been 3 months. It was for sale at TFCon Baltimore. And there's a TFCon in Toronto soon. So hopefully it's for sale there. Because it's a lot easier for me to buy expensive toys in person. My brain is a lot more open to that kind of thing. I mean, if we're gonna start having if we're gonna start verbal sparring about the quality of Cyberverse, I'm gonna pull rank and just say like a lot of criticisms of Cyberverse are criticisms of a lot of Transformers cartoons. I think a lot of people are millennials who just got slightly older and don't want to admit it yet. I'm making assumptions, of course. But I don't see how Cyberverse is like any worse than a lot of the most beloved Transformers cartoons. Other than like behind the scenes production stuff that is worth criticism, like avoiding union actors and stuff. But I also will always stress that is not an indictment of said actors. Cyberverse's actors put in a whole lot of good work, especially by the time we get to season 3. It is a shame that they are operating under non-union environments, and it's a shame mostly because it means those actors don't have protections that they should have. I think 1993 is still millennial, if I remember right. The whole thing's kind of a stupid tag anyway, but millennial extends to an astonishing length. I don't know. I can't remember when Zennial is supposed to start. Oh, Frosty, I have been set on getting the Cyberverse Dinobots before I even saw Season 4, just because I'm like, they look cool. Even though I realize that means I'll be chasing them across like 15 price points. 1996 is the cutoff. All right, that's farther than I thought. Google says 19... This is the problem, by the way. If you're looking up, at least in my experience, if you're looking up when Millennial ends and Gen Z starts, much like when one looked up when Millennial started about 20 years ago, well, 15, 20 years ago, you can get like 100 different results. Oh, you couldn't have been born in 1974. The world didn't exist yet. You can't see my face. Doing that bit doesn't work if you can't see my face. But yeah, Cyberverse Season 3, without getting into spoilers on that either, I'm just being particular, because I want to keep that delightful experience fresh for folks as long as I can. Cyberverse Season 3 is incredible in many ways. It is the true cracking of the format. One thing Cyberverse does really well is it wrote a book. It wrote a thesis on the 10-minute runtime. I found a lot of Cyberverse episodes didn't feel like 10 minutes when I finished them, as a compliment. And Season 3, I think, is where they really hit a stride on that stuff. I wonder if not having a human cast actually really contributed to that. As a fan of many human characters, I wonder if the lack of a human cast meant that like there was no audience perspective pause to go to. Except I ended up really liking that. But Cyberverse Season 3 is also like it is kind of like 2 mini seasons. Cyberverse Season 3 has it starts with the finale of Season 2, and then it goes right into a story, and then it goes right into another story. As soon as that story's done, you're like, dang, it's done. Cut to the next episode. Next episode starts with a friggin' time skip, and you're like, what the hell just happened? It's really cool. And season 4, it hits a lot of the stuff I liked about the previous seasons. Right down to Cyberverse's like weird penchant for off-screen mega violence. Well, semi-off-screen, I guess. Like the classic Cyberverse mega violence darkness is Blur. The kind of like, where the hell did this come from? Season 4 has a certain plot point, which is sort of half off-screen, but you're like, oh, casual planetary extinctions, huh? All right. Oh, they didn't do Tarn dirty. Tarn did himself dirty. I thought that was a... Well, I'm not going to explain that. We're not going to go into that, because that's too close to a Season 3 spoiler, in my opinion. Timu, hello. Yeah, Cyberverse is a show that, especially anyone who watched the Netflix series specifically to not like them while they were watching them, if anyone did that, they actually owe it to me to watch Cyberverse if they didn't. And I'm talking like money and exsanguination here. Like I'm not the one making the call. It is the law that if you spent the time doing a hate watch on the Netflix shows for like your blog or something, and you're down with Transformers, then you're going to be watching Cyberverse. That's simple law. If you just don't want to and you didn't either way, then like that's fine, whatever. But like, I got so little patience left for the whole like, oh, this Netflix series, episode 7 of my reactions to it, I hate it so much. Oh, did you watch Cyberverse? No. It's like, all right, treat yourself better. This is getting cleaner, too, these little copper applications. 'Cause I don't have a good way to paint over them right now, other than just black paint. That was the thing I learned on these 5, or I guess 4 now, Necrons, is I thought I was being clever when I got these going. I was like, oh, I'm going to paint the gun first this time. Save a step. And then afterwards I was like, wait, if I saved the gun's black paint for last, I could have used that to go over Sloppy Lions. Well, whatever, that just means, hey, maybe just be less sloppy. Maybe be okay with little bits of slop here and there. Because I will be going over the copper with a gold highlight. Which means, like, any copper bleed that's minor will just look like, what do you call it? Shading. It'll look like aesthetic shadows. And by the way, we are, in case you joined the stream recently, we are doing this for Extra Life. It is game day, and I wanted to participate a little bit, even though I did not have the ability to do like a full-on thing today. We got Aaron, Captain Aaron Axsmith, in the chat. He is our team captain. He's doing his own all-day thing, but he's also a lunatic, so he's in the chat here. Keep an eye on things too, and. If you wish to donate to our Extra Life campaign, there is a link in the description of this stream on YouTube, and Aaron is also, Axsmith Aaron, is occasionally spamming that link here and there. How do you talk someone to death in a kid-friendly way? Oh, I can think of some ways. The thing about Cyberverse uncorked everything when the Blur episode happened. It's like, no, you can kind of just do whatever you want now, I think. But yes, we are raising money for, in my case, Toronto Sick Kids. Because I live in Canada, and that's where I'm raising money for. That's just the way, that's the rules. Oh, I missed a spot on both of these. If we hit... Oh, you know what? I didn't check to see what we started at today, but I mean the donations should have a date attached to them, right? So it shouldn't matter. Anyway, every $25 that we hit today, as long as someone tells me that happened, I am going to be pausing what I'm doing to transfer a contrast paint to a dropper bottle. Admittedly, something I was going to do anyway, but under much more relaxed and focused auspices than the midst of a live stream. But also, the way that I do it might induce some stress anyway, and, you know, people like to watch horror video game playthroughs and horror movie reactions and whatnot on YouTube, so you know, get your heart rate up a little bit. It's some Novemberween ink scares. A little bit of that whole, like, where's your funnel? What funnel? Yeah, a little spoiler. We don't use funnels in this household. I know I saw a comment earlier about having steady hands, and I hear you. This is the thing. In my perception, which is my personal perception, or, you know, and thus it is a very biased one, I don't feel like my hands are that steady. I feel like I'm kind of... It's more like I'm riding the habits of my motor functions. And so far I've been fortunate in that it's turning out. But that's, you know, through the filter of my own, you know, connection to my nervous system and my perceived experience. I assume on screen, at times at least, it looks like it's fairly steady-handed. The bummer about this Vallejo Real Metal is that I'm a lot more reticent to put my paintbrush in my mouth. So I gotta actually, like, attend to the brush tip a little more purposefully. GG, a lot of what people perceive as steadiness is more like intent. When your hands know where to go and what to do, you tend to shake a lot less. And that makes a lot of sense, actually. That's a really good way to put it. That's been my ongoing journey with miniatures painting this past several months. I think I talked about this on the stream before, but it's like, it's less that I feel like, oh yeah, I'm good at this, and more that I feel like, oh, I'm comfortable with this. And I think that is the tenet of becoming what is at least perceptibly decent at painting. It's less like being good at it and more like displaying a lack of trepidation in what you're doing. With the, you know, the small tenet or caveat that, like, at the same time, also what you're doing is turning out visually appealing to some base degree, I guess. I guess, yeah, brush confidence is a term I've heard before. I saw some about reviewing MMC DJD members. I have, unfortunately, reviewed all the ones I have. I haven't got the big ones because they're super expensive. So I've been picking. I have to pick and choose about what I actually pick up. And Assaultus, the Ocular Max Bruticus, was my absolute focus for the last year because I love everything about the design intent of that set of pieces. So I have to prioritize them. I have finished that now, but now I also got that Iron Factory Galvatron, which put the taste of Iron Factory Scourge in my mouth. And I can't just buy 4 of those, but, like, I would like to buy 4 of those. Transmetal Megatron themed Necrons. Hello, Guero London. It's not the direct intent, but I can see it. Now that I'm looking at the copper, I'm seeing it more. My main goal was purple. I like the color purple quite a bit. I want more purple clothes. I don't have enough. If I'm already putting out there, like, buy me things, can someone also buy me lots of nice purple clothes? Thank you. Someone else pay for... Can someone also buy me food? Can someone buy me a house? Where's the cap on this? What's the legal cap here? Can someone buy me world peace? Hey, can someone buy me a clue? Because I'm some kind of joker who's got no clue. There we go. Owned. Sir PC, how am I feeling about Ocular Max's Defensor? And I am super down for it. All built in is a very precise realization of something I've wanted since I was a wee little one. And the Alex Kubalski DNA in those designs is palpable, and I like a lot of the decisions made in those things. So I also saw that on their Defensor they've got finger spread in the hand, which is like literally the exact thing you add to make me double down on like, oh, I want that next one too. So further standing in the way of reformatted toys is like they're doing another all built in, which I would like to prioritize because the all built in is like my thing. I really enjoy it. I don't even know how to review that Assaultus yet. It's like I've stared at it and I'm just like, I don't know how to begin to lay all my thoughts out. Like that's video essay material. That's me going into like the second layer brain level of why precisely that kind of tactile feedback brings me very primal childlike joy. Alright, so those guys have got metal drying on them. Oh, I'd like to poke at these three as well. Speaking of ways to spend my money in too many different ways at the same time, this past month or so, I made the mistake of getting really enamored with another miniatures game system. Hang on, I got a figure here who's falling over. I gotta put them elsewhere. So I got into that Infinity. And I discovered that I'm okay assembling metal miniatures to a certain degree. Anyway, this is from the current starter set. I tried to do a thing on these ones. I tried to do some of that non-metallic metal on the chest plate of these. There's three of them here. These are the three line troopers for one of the factions. These are the Ariadnans, the Rokots. And I tried to do non-metallic metal for the chest plate. Because it was small enough and I wanted to give it a try. I'm kind of happy with how it turned out. But I also saw a comment on a painting thread about Infinity, which is that their particular scale makes it like hard to use real metallic paints on them because metallic flake looks too big on them. They're at the 40K scale, but they're regular people, whereas most 40K miniatures are like bigger than regular people. So like metallics look kind of weird on a figure this small. So anyway, I wanted to go through and touch up on their on these things on the back, 'cause I was gonna do them in silver, but now I want to do them in something else. I'm gonna go on them with a cold gray. So the finger spread in the second release. Wouldn't have expected that for these two more combiners. Yeah, I have a lot of very specific needs with articulated hands, and the moment you add finger spread, I'm like, oh, we speak a language together. Why am I making my workspace so complicated? I just reorganized these little drawers so that more of the paints I tend to use are in one place. So I want to go in with a coal black first. Yeah, John Thomas Jones, I wish the notion, I don't know how the notion would exist. I wish the notion of I want to mess with the figure without having to purchase the figure was something that was more realistic to accomplish. Because I think that would also help open up the ability to dialogue about toys wider than what we have right now. so that like purchase isn't inherently bound to the experience of the piece. I saw are there any MMC figures I've gotten but haven't reviewed yet. Oh, so many. I got plenty of them I haven't had the time to do video stuff for. But like, actually, another example, I mean, obvious example, I guess, to a degree, is HasLab Unicron. Now that TFCon Baltimore happened, I don't know if there was one there, but I'm curious if my prediction was true, which is that for a lot of folks, just being in the room with HasLab Unicron will satisfy everything that they wanted out of the experience. And that's been my hypothesis for a while since owning one. I'm happy I own mine, but I have a feeling for a lot of folks, just seeing it will like tick that mark in their brain. Even the thing is, even with local toy friends, at least for me, I hate messing with other people's figures in a certain degree because like it's not mine and it's expensive. And so I'm like, well, I don't want to break it. And I don't like habitually break toys all that often, but I'm like, well, what if I'm the one who does it this time though? Which then makes me more nervous while I'm handling the thing, and then hey, maybe that leads to, you know, some kind of accident. I saw the phrase toy library. That's something I thought about too. Like if there was a way to have an upkept toy library and like, I don't know, like that could be a place to put, I don't know if it even would exist, but like a toy library to me would be, that's where you put test shots once they've finished their use and if no one wants to lay claim to them. Because they're imperfect, they might have little breaks here and there, but they're still inherently the meat of the figure that someone could mess with. And you know, whoever's messing with it ideally would be aware that it's not a perfect experience, but that way they could at least mess with the design and go like, oh, this is kind of neat how this works, and then maybe come away like, yeah, I feel satisfied now. Like, I understand if I buy it, it's going to have, you know, a tighter feel here, here, and here, but I just wanted to know how it works. I think that would be cool. I'm digging this. This coal black is adding a sort of tone that I can build up on with some frostbite. Hospital waiting room, but instead of a Fisher-Price castle, they have a 300-pound defense sword. Yeah, exactly. Is MMC your top third-party company? I mean, yeah, they've always kind of been one of my favorites. I've always will shift it around a bunch, but Mastermind and Ocular Max have a lot of they have a lot of output and a lot of beliefs isn't the right word, but a lot of their design ethos matches with my taste most of the time. I feel like MMC stuff is often designed with the idea that it will be messed with to a certain degree. But I was actually just thinking about this in the shower the other day, where I do all my thinking before I go back onto autopilot. Because there's a lot of stuff that like I just hear about now that I haven't messed with, but also it is relatively impossible to maintain contact with literally every converting and transforming robot and adjacent figure that will ever come out. More so than several many years ago. So I've kind of, and it's also part of my ongoing thing of trying to continue to erase FOMO from my brain. There's just stuff I haven't messed with, and if I haven't, it's like, yeah, hopefully I will someday. But if I don't, I don't. I'd like to keep abreast of things that match with my tactile sensibilities. But I'm not in a rush. Because if I really want it, I'll find it sometime. Nothing ever goes away forever. This might cost more. But you got to go with what makes your brain feel good. I think that's the priority of, well, life in general, actually. Design philosophy, I guess, because there's more than one designer working there. Any chance of Legacy Line doing a Pistol Megatron? Probably not. I can't imagine that they would find a way to do that. Maybe if they do Legacy Classics Megatron, but I'm pretty sure that's not what most people are thinking of. That's what I'm thinking of. Scorp, what are we painting? Yeah, there's some Necrons in the back. This is Infinity. Those are the two main things I've been poking at lately. I have been on a friggin' Infinity kick because I made the mistake of finding the part of Infinity lore that has to do with transhumanism and the governing artificial intelligence of the human sphere. And my brain gobbled that stuff up. And then that is the faction whose models I found a whole bunch of for half priced because they were built but unpainted from a Canadian seller. So the shipping for everything was 13 bucks. And I got, like, for 60 bucks, I got about $180 worth of Aleph miniatures. And this is not an Aleph miniature. This is Ariadna. This is from the current starter set. Basically, if I have to actually still do a tally of my miniatures shame gulf, because my score has gone well into the positive this past month and a half. But we're plugging away at it. Oh yeah, working Classics one for Legacy. Like, I don't know about... I guess it would be cool if they took the Classics one and made it into a Nerf gun. That would be kind of neat. I don't know if that fits what their price points are, but that would be kind of neat. Yeah, I mean, when I say toy library, it's also like, if it's a test shot toy... Actually, being a test shot toy library means you can say these are incomplete test shots not suitable for children to use. So, I just realized we got cover. We got cover. We're all good. They can't arrest us. Oh, she's holding a little thing in her other hand. That's what I gotta hit with this. Sir PC, yeah, I would agree that MMC have got, like, a sense of individuality. I would say Iron Factory 100% do as well. They're the two companies I think of who actually pulled it off and are like, no, we make stuff that the people like, but the stuff we make is also what we want to make, as opposed to what people tell us to make, I guess. You'll never get my unpainted animated hotshot. Pigs! I'm taking it to... I'm gonna bury it... It's in my glove compartment. But my car is buried with Capone! Oh, I don't know. I can't remember how the whole Capone thing went. Hello, Adam Middalinsky. Alright, I gotta move on from this one. I'm doing two thin coats in one go, to use the meme. By the way, if you have joined the stream recently, this is an Extra Life Game Day micro stream. It's obviously not a 24-hour marathon one, but I wanted to participate. I am part of Aaron's Extra Life team, Andy Rue's gaming gang. I am personally raising money for Toronto Sick Kids Hospital, and there is a link in the description below if you wish to donate to that cause. Aaron is also floating around in the chat now and then, pasting that link here and there. And if we manage to get 25 bucks raised today, and someone tells me that we did, Every time we hit 25 bucks, I'm going to transfer some contrast paint into dropper bottles, which I think might look more dangerous on stream than it actually is, so it should be exciting for everybody to some degree, because it involves pouring liquids that are full of pigment. And generally, all those verbs and nouns put together usually results in disaster in one way or another. I'm also occasionally not looking at the chat when I am buried face deep in adding paint details to stuff. But I will glance when I can. You know what a cool topic would be someone should bring up? Not to like seed it, not to Vince McMahon your comment, not to Vince McMahon your Michael Cole, as the kids might say. But it'd be neat if someone brought up that Transformers deck building game. That, you know, has to do with Transformers, which everyone really likes. You know. I might have something to say about that deck building game. But you know, you didn't hear it from me. That suggestion at least. Stuff I've got to say about the deck building game you heard from me, if it comes up. Score, I'm buying a deck builder right now, no joke. But I didn't even tell you about it. Oma Ender Prime, this just happened to appear in my feed as I'm painting my FRS Ryuki Drag Redder. Well, hell yeah! Painting toys! Ah, Frosty, what do you think about the G.I. Joe deck builder? I think it's really cool that they're going for a plot-based approach, but from what I've read, that potentially becomes the problem with going for a plot-based variable tabletop game, which is the plots have to be good. And I've caught so far in some of the feedback on early copies of that game from Gen Con that the plots aren't bad, but the plots are kind of like middling. And when the plot elements are a part of the focus of your game, they gotta be they gotta hit. I don't. From what I've heard, the G.I. Joe deck builders plots are just like G.I. Joe plots, but there's nothing that's like pow. Like you have to fill in a lot of gaps yourself, which I actually don't mind doing, but that's what I understand at least. However, I also saw, whoa, yo, Evangelist, how about that Transformers deck building game? Well, let me tell you. Oh, RG1 Studios, did you miss the Cyberverse Gush segment? I did not want to gush too much about Cyberverse Season 4 because it literally came out today, and at least one person in chat straight up specified that they want to see it but haven't been able to yet because turns out Cyberverse Season 4 is region locked from the UK. So hopefully some Dailymotion heroes have got that got a rip going up somewhere. Someone's got to help them. Wrong topic, but I don't see the Transformers TTRPG set. It's by the same company, so that is real. It's by Renegade Game Studios, but they're currently pushing the G.I. Joe TTRPG, so the Transformers one seems like it's going to be coming out next. After that, so it's behind right now. But hey, that Transformers deck building game, I have played that a little bit now, solo. That game, much, not in the same ways, but much akin to my first experience with the Transformers TCG. That building game is pretty friggin' cool. Yeah, well, Seawing Sun, yeah, we did gush about Cyberverse generally without getting too far into specifics. True. But so, yeah, the Transformers deck building game is, I mean, number one, it is a pretty good one of those when it just comes to deck builder games. Other deck building games you might have heard of are things like Dominion or Star Realms or Legendary, the various different Legendaries depending what IP you like. So the Transformers deck building game has elements from that genre in that you start with a deck of cards that everyone starts with, the same 10-card deck, and part of the goal of the game is you use those 10 cards to acquire better cards And then ideally, you also begin to nullify some of those 10 cards out of your deck so that your deck is only made of the good cards you've been buying, because every time your deck runs out, you reshuffle it. Every time you get a new card, it goes into your discard pile, so it's there for your next recycle, not immediately into your deck, unless an effect puts it into your deck. And that's one of the cool things about Transformers deck building game is it actually has cool effects, which was something I was worried about, because that's something you couldn't tell from the rulebook PDF necessarily, is what the actual cards do in the context of the game. The other cool thing that game does that is really cool in practice is the card market, the place where you buy your new cards from, is also the board. The board is a literal matrix of cards that you explore with a character that you select at the beginning of the game. Each character has their own abilities as well, so there's asymmetrical character selection. There's 6 in the base game, 7th if you get the promo pack. And then you explore this grid of cards, use movement to move, or use movement to flip the card you're on. And then when you flip the card you're on, it becomes something you can purchase for your deck, or it becomes a scheme that you have to deal with because it makes the game harder, or it's an adversary who ambushes you immediately, and then you have to buy them, except buying them is beating them up. And there's a whole separate little deck of 10 multi-use cards for ambushes. It also has like a separate text if the ambush is a boss. And then if you fight a boss, you reshuffle all those cards and use the bottom half for a confrontation effect. So it's a fairly meaty game. And if I had like a big criticism, it's that they actually don't give you enough stuff to keep track of everything, in my opinion. They give you enough stuff to keep track of a simpler game, but just running RC, I was hitting scenarios where like the order of my card play actually matters. You don't just dump your hand like in a lot of other deck builders. The time the card comes out of your hand, timing matters. And every now and then, effects might remove all those cards from play into your discard pile, and then if you still have cards in hand, you can continue. If you fight a boss, your turn is over after the fight, win or lose. So with RC, every time when you play your first maneuver card for a turn, you draw a card. And then there's maneuver cards when you use them to block attacks where they have to be in your hand and you discard them. Some of them make you draw cards. So I had recursive card draw effects going on and recursive reward effects, and then several different cards giving me power, but then some of them reacting to other cards, and then those specific cards providing extra power. But then some of the boss effects might kill one of the cards, and then the power doesn't just go into one big pool, it comes from each card. So if a card is removed, the power attached to that card, if unspent, is removed. So you have to keep track of the spent. This all makes it sound like way harder than it actually is, but the tokens in the game don't accommodate tracking that stuff super deeply. It'll make sense once you play it. The game is not out in Canada yet. I believe it's just starting to ship to Americans. I'm working off a review copy. I got a VDO Games video I'm going to put up about it sometime, hopefully sooner than later. I filmed the first half of it or so. But I'm really impressed with that game. It's still a pretty simple core box, but like the engine they built has a lot of room for expansion. And the literal core box advertises on the back. It says, "Get ready for the Decepticon expansion coming soon." The other thing, hang on, I gotta show you this, because this is the linchpin, right? This is what really got me. Hang on a sec. Because there were parts of this core box I looked at and I was like, wait a second. There's stuff in here that doesn't get used. But I'm not like literal entire pieces, but like there's bits of these cards. So I'll show you and I find something that's less confusing for the Autobots. There we go. So like there's a lot of different cards, right? But like one type of card you can flip is a robot, and there's Autobot and Decepticon robots. So when you flip one of these, if you flip this one and you're on the space, this guy ambushes you. But if you flip this, nothing happens. If you buy this, he goes in your deck. If you buy this, you defeat him, and he gets put into the vault or destroyed, depending on what mode you're playing. But the thing is, when you beat this guy, this gray text strip is what you get, right? There is one Decepticon scheme that can pop up where all robots become adversaries. So they give you a strip down here for if you did defeat an Autobot, but only one card in the game would cause that scenario to happen. So that's a lot. But then this here, right? If you play this card from your hand, this is the effect that happens. When it's been played, you can spend an Energon to do this effect once as well. And then this is all the resources it gives you when you play it. All that stuff is on the Decepticons as well. There is nothing in the core box that makes use of any of this. So this is all... So basically, these Decepticon robot cards have been pre-made for when you can play as a Decepticon, or at least when you can add a Decepticon to your deck, then you would get all these effects. That doesn't exist yet, but they future-proofed for it. So that already got me really excited. The one other thing that kind of got me excited is when you take damage in this game, you get a damage card. There's a whole mess of them. So this has an ongoing effect, so it gets played. So it goes straight from the damage card pile and it's played next to your character. And so you have all these effects going on. The thing is, nothing I've seen in this game ever puts this into your deck. But it still has a cost, and it still has a deck card back, so it could be shuffled into your deck. So again, they future-proofed the damage cards to, at some point, I guess, there will be some effect that could put these into your deck, but that doesn't exist yet. And you might say, like, oh, well, all the cards have that card back, don't they? Well, no, they don't! They do not! Because the encounter cards have their own card backs! This is friggin'... They set me up! They set us up! Anyway. That might have been all Greek to most of you. I don't know. I don't know who all is into deck builders, but... That game is future-proofed for expansions, and the engine has so much room for interesting expansion stuff. Like, they already have one coming. They have laid the grounds for however much expansion they want to do. And they could even just release expansions of character cards or boss cards. They give you 6 bosses in the game, 2 level 1s, 2 level 2s, 2 level 3s. You select randomly 1 of each level. One other crit I have of the game, they should have given us 3 of each. Because basically having a 50-50 on each one, I already feel a little bit choked. I feel like a little bit strangled inside the space of the game. Because I've played against all the bosses now in various different setups. They all cause different game states to happen, and they potentially could be out at the same time, which is horrifying. There's not enough bosses in the base game. I'm sure that will be rectified, especially with the Decepticon expansion, whatever it is. Surely there will be, more bosses in there. But like this engine has so many legs. I'm really excited about this game and where this game could go. The only thing I'm waiting for right now is for the friggin' Renegades site to let me as a Canadian order off of it. They're still trying to sort out Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. I could order it at a Canadian game store, but if you order from Renegade, you get the promo pack. Or if you just want the promo pack, they'll have it up listed separately, I believe. I want the promo pack because it has another character, it has Jazz as a playable character, and it has, I believe, 2 more main deck cards, like 2 more robots. And I want to add more bits to this game. I mean, I still have lots of game I could be playing, but like I want it now. I am planning to shoot some gameplay of that game too, because another compliment I have for the deck builder game, the solo setup for that game takes up less space than this setup here, with my painting case here. Like it's a very compact game for what it is. Plays solo pretty well. The main deck has different contents depending if you're playing co-op solo or competitive. I think the competitive could be really fun too, because the competitive is still cooperative, but you're trying to be better than your teammates. So there's an assist mechanic, and in the competitive, your competing players have to accept your assistance to increasing degrees depending how much damage they've taken. So they have to accept your assistance, which means you start taking some of the credit for what happened, and you get more points than them. I would say, Adam, it's not literally scratching the TCG's itch, but that's because the Transformers TCG was a completely different game. That's the one thing that I'm gonna go into more in that. Not a whole lot. I'm gonna try to explain it more in some of the video coverage, because I know for a lot of like folks who were following any of this, like the TCG was like their first tabletop thing, really, as far as like because it had Transformers in it. But the trading card game and the deck builder are like they have very little in common aside from using cards. Because basically the TCG is a trading card game. The deck builder is a board game. The TCG is a deck construction game. The deck builder is a deck builder game, which are completely different things. The main crux being, like, I know the question has gone around of like, oh, is it like the TCG? And it's like, no, it is absolutely not like the TCG, but that's not a detriment to either. They are just completely different types of games. The easiest way to put it, though, and the one I will always push, is the deck builder is a board game. The board is made of cards in that game, but it is a board game. The other reason why I am hammering on it a little bit is because it's like, I think the poor folks who are working on the deck builder, like, have a little bit of a hill to climb that it's a bit unfair to them, which is the hill of having to explain what I just explained to, like, every prospective player who isn't deeply entrenched already in tabletop gaming. And I'm not going to do, like, a company's work for them, necessarily, but I'm like, this is sort of a gimme, though. Like, we gotta, you know, gotta lend a little bit of a hand for the sake of at least having, like, proper discourse about the game. It's like if there was a new War for Cybertron game and someone's like, oh, but I hate strategy games. And I'd be like, okay, well, it's a third-person shooter. It's not a strategy game. Like, that kind of difference. Yeah, Adam Edgman's got it. Both games are equally valid and provide separate gameplay experiences. Ben Slater! The game these mans are for. I am painting a mixture of things. The purple robots in the back are Necrons from Warhammer 40,000 Kill Team, specifically for me. These Rokots are from Infinity, which is a game that I'm also getting very enamored with. Actually getting more so enamored with the lore. I haven't played the game yet. Infinity lore has been dominating my brain for the last, like, 2 weeks. There's a lot of good lore channels, so if you do want to look up some of it, it's pretty easy to find info about it. But Infinity has a pretty dang cool setting. I really like it. I believe it's like 170 years in the future, so it's got that near future chic. And like part of the setup of the state of our world in Infinity is that there are no more I believe there are just no more North American superpowers. They bid on a huge, like, planetary colonization project that fell through because a wormhole collapsed. And so the United States immediately ceased to be a superpower. So the major superpowers in the world of Infinity are Pan-Oceania and Yujing. It's very cool stuff. It's very cool stuff. Ken Anderson, where are the zombies? Ken, the zombies. The zombies are right behind you. Run! Run! Oh, take it easy, see Wings Yun. I will say that doesn't mean I'm going to now start going into Cyberverse spoilers. I'm gonna assume that there's still folks who haven't seen the thing yet because it just came out today. I hope that's not a damper, I should say. I feel bad because, like, I get it. Like, listen, as someone who adores Cyberverse, I super get it. I super get it. Ben Slater, Aleph is what locked me in with Infinity. I watched a bunch of Aleph lore videos and read up on Aleph, and I was like, oh no, a game made perfect fiction for me. So while these are from Ariadna, like, I have a lot of Aleph. It's just none of it's primed. Oh, no worries. I'm glad I got your name correct. I always worry I'm messing something up, not just with your name, but with a lot of names. I always kind of I try to make a call, and I hope that I'm hitting things right. Saki Jarvi, the olden days of painting Stronghold. Oh, I forgot I painted anything on Stronghold. I don't have the guts to tweak that paint job because now that Universe Onslaught toy has become old and I assume rare. Oh, this is really helping. Getting this color onto the stuff that was just black. I'm getting more of a vibe now on these. Because basically, I really want these Rokots to be done very soon, because I put a bunch of work into their faces and a bunch of work into the non-metallic metal on their chest plates, and they're line troopers. Like, granted, there's only 3 of them, but still, I'm like, these are line troopers. These are from a starter set that I would like to just paint. So, I think once I highlight these guns, I'm gonna, like, aside from some other highlights, they'll mostly be done, and that's getting me pretty psyched. As I've mentioned before, I really chase that completion high. It's part of why I've really been enjoying figure painting and mini painting, is because I've been finishing some of them, and that's making me feel really cool, because when I was a teenager, I was really into miniatures painting, but I also could rarely ever finish anything, and it really made me feel inadequate on many artistic levels. So this is kind of a little bit of a comeback for baby me. Back when we didn't know Mr. Hobby wasn't water soluble. Holy moly, the number of faux pas I committed with enamel paints when I was, even with Gundam markers, when I tried to like mix them on a palette, and it didn't work. What's real messed up though, I haven't started messing with them yet, but I bought a whole bunch of kit to try out some oil painting on miniatures, which is like, feels kind of like almost a step in risk past enamel. But I'm kind of excited to mess with it. I'm gonna mess with it on my Tyranids. They're all done, my Kill Team Tyranids, but I left kind of room on them to do some oil paint stuff to really bring up the contrast and, like, you know, deepen the shadows and heighten the highlights. And I'm really looking forward to messing with that stuff. It is a major Venge reckoning at hand. Oh yeah, I should say, it's not like I want to do 100% oil painting. I want to treat oil paint as another tool. So I got these oil brusher things, and I got a whole bunch of other stuff. My plan is basically to use it on top of, like, table-ready figures, just to enhance stuff. And I read up on the drying times. The stuff I got is more formulated for miniatures painting. So, like, you don't have to, like, let it sit for 2 hours on a piece of cardboard, for instance, to get all the linseed oil out. Like, a lot of it's been pre-thinned to a degree. I don't know if pre-thinned is the right word, but like pre-consistencyed. The downer is like, the downer of oil painting and a lot of weathering products is like, it turns out like 2 of the biggest name major companies who make that stuff are super friggin' fashy in a lot of their aesthetic and a lot of their behavior. Yeah, I got some Abteilung oil paints. I got a set of them of basic colors. And then I kind of was like, I don't really want to buy too many more of them, because like those guys just aren't. They're one of the aforementioned, like, the tone of that company kind of makes me go, ugh. And like, it's just a tool, but at the same time, I found Mig Jimenez oil brushers. It sounds like Mig Jimenez had like a big. It sounds like there was a big thing with Mig Jimenez and the people who run AK Abteilung now, and I was like, it sounds like Mig Jimenez is a little bit less fash. So, also oil brushers as a concept, you know, they're kind of like gimmicky, but in their gimmickiness I kind of enjoyed. So I grabbed a couple of those too. I'm gonna use both. I'm not like judgy on people who use stuff from the companies that kind of put me off, because like in a lot of cases you don't have an alternative. I was telling my brother about this. I was like, there's sort of a hole in the market right now for like good realistic weathering products made by companies that don't have like a weird fetishization of Nazi uniforms. Like, I don't want to go on and on about it, because I'm not trying to make people feel bad, but it was an odd thing to like discover while I was trying to figure out like what all the different, because also a lot of those realistic weathering products, like, you kind of need to read up on them to figure out what they do. Oh no, I should say Mig seems like a generally stand-up person for the most part. What I meant is, it sounds like Mig had like it sounds like AK did something to like cut off not just Mig, but like a lot of their artist folks, like while they were in the midst of a tour. Like there was a whole thing. I don't know. My first exposure to AK was like their weird like gas chamber diorama set thing, and like the very weird tone they had around it. So I was like, if I can find someone else's products, I'd rather buy someone else's products. Again, I should stress, just for me. And in trying to do so, like, there is absolutely like a very large void of choice. There really are not a lot of alternatives. I was telling someone else this too, like, just about like in general, like the military side of miniatures painting. Like, there's a lot of very specialized products for that stuff in very, very granular things. Like, I can't remember if it was AK or Scale 75, where they were like, they had a paint line where one of the advertised features is that there was like 30 or 40 different shades of green to green, brown to brown. Because, you know, it's for people painting tanks. And I was like, I don't get it. And also, it's fine. It's not bad, but I super don't get it. And I do not judge it either. It's like, hey, everyone's got that. I'm sitting here painting a little metal toy soldier too. So like, you know, there's a ceiling on the level of, can you believe it, that I can throw out there. Yeah, Saki Jarvi, that was the AK thing. It's like, I first heard of them from that story, which made me go like, I don't want to actively seek out a lot of their stuff right now. And then I saw Abteilung, and I was like, oh, nice, this is another company. And then I got home after I bought it, and I was like, I should look up Abteilung's webpage. And it's like, Abteilung by AK. And I was like, damn it. It's like, whatever, but also, damn it. How dare you? The funny part is, most judges for tank kits don't care about the specific shades. I assume a lot of that stuff is like for the painter's taste, and that's why I'm like, I can't like pick on them a whole lot, because like, I got my taste too, so you know, it's fine. Milk Product Mark II. Am I following a color guide or doing my own sort of thing? I followed a bit of a color. I followed the photos in the booklet a little bit. The thing about Infinity models is that they are very greebly sculpts as far as having a ton of detail. So I was looking at the photos of these to like see what's what, but I didn't follow it 100%. I kind of like made decisions on like, okay, this'll, now that I know that like that's a strap and that's pants and those are boots, I was like, okay, green pants, we're gonna do turquoise for the boots and knee pads. And then I decided to do, I followed blue for like shoulder pads and the forehead. I followed and added the blue for the buckle things and the I decided this bit down here was part of whatever that is underneath the lighter chest plate. The non-metallic metal I went for on the chest plate was not out of the color guide. I just wanted to see how it would look on these because they had a nice deep sculpt. I did gray for the shirt, which is similar to in the book, but otherwise I'm kind of, it's halfway what's in the booklet and halfway what I just think looks cool. Generally, my taste is, I don't feel a need to follow a color guide, but I'll use guidance if I don't have any ideas or if I need help figuring out, like, like what parts are what in a sculpt. But I'm very happy to just come up with my own things. Like, those Necrons are not based on anything. The Necrons are based on, I want them to be metallic purple. And then I decided, like, copper and with a highlighted gold is a good accent color. And the other accent color for the Necrons being orangey yellow. I just thought those all looked good with purple. And then I immediately was like, does this look like EVA Unit 1? And then someone else pointed out, oh, what was it? Yeah, Transmetal Megatron is in this too. And I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. So I'm probably subconsciously informed by, like, stuff I'm into. And I certainly have, like, my own preferences in general of color palettes. Like, I like purple a lot. And I like cold colors a lot. Like, I tend to go for a lot of blues and greens. And, like, specifically bluey greens and greeny blues. I don't use yellow very much at all. You see Mega Man X Vile. I guess, yeah, I kind of see that too. Yeah, not enough green for Evangelion. That makes sense. Although I want to do purple and green Plague Marines because I think that would look really cool. But that's also just because, like, purple and green are two colors that go together really well. For my own tastes. Also, hello, Chris Muse! Hello, Picky Peeves! What did you miss? You missed my declaration that this stream is not just a painting stream, but it's an extra live stream because today is game day and I wanted to participate a little bit. So if you do want to donate to the cause, there is a link in the description below. If we raise 25 bucks, every 25 bucks, as long as someone tells me it's happened, I'm going to pause what I'm doing to transfer some contrast paints into dropper bottles. Granted, I was going to do that anyway, but I was going to do that from the comfort of my couch with my nice sea table, not from the cramped position of doing a stream. So it adds a certain level of risk. Hey, I wonder, Adam, you wonder if teal is closer to greeny blue or bluey green. Yeah. That's my answer. Yeah. Correct. I should say, I was not excited to paint these Ariadne minis. I wanted Operation Kaldstrom, because it had more power armor, but this was the new one that came out. And I liked the Nomads when I read up on them. Then I made the mistake of reading up on Ariadne. Now I also really like Ariadne. Here's the problem with Infinity. You don't really need more than 15 or 20 models for a faction. Like, really ever. And so far, I think I like all the factions. And then I saw the NA2s, the NA2 sectorials. Many of which are based around the idea of, oh, you have a bit of this and a bit of this from a starter set, huh? I think I like a lot of the NA2s as well. I don't, like, adore literally all of them, but, like, I really like Foreign Company, because it's a bunch of Aristea TV stars. And I think I'm going to do Spiral Core, because I found a good deal on the Spiral Core box. I don't want to say where, because I'm hoping it just sort of sticks around for a little bit, so I got some breathing room. I don't think anyone's found it that wants it. Spiral Core is one of the races, it's the one race that actually doesn't exist in the game anymore for plot reasons. What tends to be your favorite sci-fi setting / world building? I really like stuff where, how do you put this? Consciousness is of a higher value than the source of that consciousness. I guess that's something that I'm really into. So stories where artificial life has value are stories that I'm really into. Stories where alien life and human life are of similar value is something I really enjoy. Those are the main things. I don't know Phantasy Star Online 2, so I can't say myself. But if that's correct, then I guess yes. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Internals is definitely like I'm gonna watch it when they put it on the D plus, when they put it on the D. I'm gonna check that out. when they load it up on that D. Picky Peeves, you can, I guess, send me like a Twitter DM, I guess, because they don't really have YouTube private messages anymore that I can actually find. Like, they exist, but I never know where they are. If there's something insidious about that Megazord NFT, though, like absolutely, I'd like to know. But there are probably better sources than me to like spread the word. Like I'm good at retweeting stuff. I'm not really good at like saying, "Hey everyone, listen up." I'll do my I've been watching, okay, how do I put this? I'll do my I've been watching lots of lore videos, and this is currently dominating my mental capacities because I'm a nerd thing for Ariadna. So what Ariadna are, right? Oh, PM on TFW would be fine too, I think. It should be fine. So Ariadna were one of two ships that when America was still a superpower, they found it was discovered there was a wormhole right next to the planet Earth. And they were able to scan what was on the other side of the wormhole quite reliably. It was another planet. They dubbed it Planet Dawn, and it was a planet rife with human living conditions, drinking water, vegetation, perfect atmosphere, everything. So they loaded up 2 spaceships, and a whole lot of superpowers got in on it. America, France, Russia, and England all got in on it. They piled all of their resources into these 2 grand ships. Ariadna was filled with workers and military. Every country wanted to put their military in as well, because they want to have a little bit of stake when they get to the planet. The other ship was full of all of the farmers and the miners, the people who would make life happen. That ship, when it went into the wormhole, it went in second. The Ariadna went in first. The second ship went in, and then the wormhole collapsed on that ship, and that ship has never been heard from again. And they could not establish any contact with the Ariadna. The whole thing was considered a loss. America basically lost all of its money on that project. And the path of the planet Earth changed immensely. The entire Asian seaboard became a supernation called Yujing. The entire Panoceanic seaboard and lots of pieces of North America, etc., became Panoceania. And they became the guiding forces of humanity. The Ariadna did not get lost in the wormhole. It landed on Planet Dawn. They set up, little makeshift military camps, and then slowly realized that no one was coming and they were alone. So, it wasn't just England. Actually, specifically, it's the Scottish, I believe, because basically, what Ariadna is it's 2 generations removed of that began with a bunch of military from the USA, Russia, France, and kind of just the Scottish, the Caledonians. So it's this, and Planet Dawn, it turns out, could support human life, but it was full of tremendously dangerous wildlife that had not been picked up. So the Ariadnans are basically the US military, the Russian military, the SAS, and the French military, if pieces of them were removed from time, put onto a planet for 170 years, and then whatever humanity was found them and said, "Oh, your planet has lots of resources. Who owns it now?" Because all those nations don't exist anymore. So they tried to figure out who owns Planet Dawn, And during that, the people who lived there, the Ariadnans, were like, we own Planet Dawn. And then, like, basically O12, who is, like, the United Nations of Infinity, said, yes, the Ariadnans do own Planet Dawn. It is their sovereign nation. We're welcoming them to the O12. It's very cool stuff. Sleepy Sea Lily? I am indeed a duder, dudeski, and duderinsky if necessary. So basically, Ariadna, it's really cool. They are the low tech faction in Infinity, but they are future military tech to us. It's just the rest of Infinity is futuristic to them. But their planet is rife with resources, so they are a superpower still. So they've got like right now the main faction being the sectorial being pushed are these guys, because they're in this beginner set I got. This is the Cosmoflot, which is like a whole bunch of neat Ariadna. The last two sets they had for sectorials are like sub factions that you can play on their own. There was the US Ariadna, which is basically the Americans who have lots of motorbikes and werewolves. And then after that was the Tartary, the Russian-oriented army. The Caledonians and the Merovingian, the Scots and the French were the first two that came out, and they're since out of print, as I understand it. Although, because the Cosmoflot has a bit of everything, one of the miniatures I got for them in Code 1 in the Beyond set is literally William Wallace. There's a story about this. There's fiction for this guy. He has a couple paragraphs of fiction in the booklet my starter set came with, which completely sold me on this character. So this is literal William Wallace, 170 years in the future. That's a whole other lore thing that I love, like the nature of who that is. Oh, that big Monster Apocalypse Kickstarter is friggin'... Oh, there's too many good Kickstarters out right now. Oh, I've hit 25 bucks. Okay, we gotta do the activity. Thank you for notifying me, Transformers on Vacation. We've hit 25 bucks, so I need to transfer a contrast paint to a dropper bottle. While I do so, I'll tell you about that William Wallace thing. Because holy crap. Okay, so Aleph, right, is the faction I fell in love with. It's the AI that governs, non-biasedly, all of humanity. Because humanity's made of all these corporate mega powers, it was agreed that they will create an artificial intelligence to run things in a fair way. So they created Aleph, or Aleph. So one thing Aleph does is it genetically creates figures from myth and history, and it doesn't pull their actual DNA, it just makes them according to what the, people who love those figures of history or mythology would like. So for the Yu Jing, Aleph created Sun Tzu. For the Merovingian, for the super Christian part of Pan-Oceania, it created literally Joan of Arc, Jeanne d'Arc. So William Wallace was created because the Ariadnans had such a grip on Planet Dawn, and the O12 was respecting that. Aleph was like, well, for the sake of humanity, it would be good to keep tabs on Ariadna, because Ariadna's low tech. They're not connected to the Maya net, which is Aleph's entire, Gestalt consciousness, which is also the internet in 170 years. So Aleph was like, for their own good, what I'll do is I'll create William Wallace for them, and I'll send William Wallace to planet Ariadna, but because he's a genetically created William Wallace that I have made, he'll be filled with wetware so that also I can secretly keep tabs on everything the Ariadnans are doing, because none of them are connected to the internet. For their own good. So what happened is William Wallace, on his way to Ariadna, while still comatose in a drop pod, his drop pod got hit by like a meteor or something and crashed, and it ruined all his wetware. So what emerged from the drop pod was basically an amnesiac genetic creation that now just genuinely believes that he is William Wallace, because that's all he is. He was created to be William Wallace. All the secret wetware spy stuff in him broke. And then when the Ariadnan government found him, they were like, this would be really good for morale, but we don't know how to fix him. So they went to the Nomads. The Nomads are another faction in this world. The Nomads are 3 giant spaceships, which are 3, like, basically mobile supercontinents under the same banner. They are all the people who don't like the idea of Aleph or the other superpowers. So the Nomads are basically the cyberpunk part of this whole world. They're all the people who don't trust the AI, and all the people who don't trust authority, and all the people who are like who value individual freedom, all living on 3 giant spaceships. So they were like, oh, it'd be real fun to troll Aleph by making William Wallace just William Wallace, thus raising the confidence and morale of the entire planet Ariadna, especially the Caledonians, which is precisely what no one wanted. So yeah, we'll do it for a laugh. So William Wallace basically was dumped in the Caledonian region of Ariadna, where no one trusted him because they all knew, like, hey, there is no such thing as William Wallace right now. You're an Aleph creation. This William Wallace is like, I don't know what that is, but I'm William Wallace. And through trial by fire and combat, won the respect of all of the Caledonians. So it's Space William Wallace with space boots, basically. And then something I didn't know about right away, his stats are incredibly high as far as durability, and he's not even wearing pants, he's just wearing a kilt, and he's got like bare thighs, and it's because he's not a human, he's a genetically created like organic life shell that other Aleph creations can inhabit. So he's actually a superhuman, William Wallace, who just genuinely believes he's William Wallace. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do, I've learned with these contrast paints, you still want to get one of these balls in there to knock all the pigment around. Like, the whole Aleph thing, like, Aleph has another sectorial in Aleph called the Steel Phalanx, is like Aleph's public-facing standing army that Aleph revealed when aliens invaded a place called Paradiso. So, the Steel Phalanx are all basically like a Justice League super team led by Achilles and Hector, with like Patroclus, all these like Greek mythological figures, but they're all genetically grown, grown to match the myths, and they're all like under the control of Aleph deep down. But like basically Aleph has like Greek superheroes as a standing army. It's wild. It is wild stuff. The lore videos for Infinity are super fun. Also, like, Infinity has a tabletop role-playing game out with more lore books, basically, and I'm like, I can't buy all these books, but I'm really tempted to just buy the Aleph book. I like that setting a lot. Like, there's an Aleph unit called Post-Humans. The Post-Humans, basically, when you put a Post-Human onto your army list, you put a Post-Human on. That Post-Human is a person whose consciousness was resurrected digitally or ascended digitally to exist like Aleph in the Maya net. So a post-human is usually they're either heroes or they're rich, because, you know, humans. But a post-human is someone who can jump between 2 to 4 different bodies at the same time in the game. And I'm like, that's like the kind of friggin' digital consciousness stuff that stokes my fires. Oh crap, this whole faction was made for me. Like, the post-humans are also, like, something I caught from one of the lore videos. I don't know how much of this was editorializing. The post-humans are kept somewhat secret, and then it's revealed now and then that, like, this great hero, for all their contributions, has been ascended to a post-human. But, like, Aleph is like, post-humans are the thing to do. Like, we gotta make everyone into post-humans. But Aleph knows that, like, if I do that, everyone's gonna think that I'm a crazy artificial intelligence trying to take over the galaxy. So I gotta do it in secret. Because that's not crazy. Also, Aleph was programmed to think Hinduism is cool. Not for any, as far as I know, any underlying reason. Just so basically Aleph's secret police, the operations sectorial, all have Hindu-based names and imagery all over them. Just because Aleph, as it developed, was like, I like Hindu. So my jetpack robots are called Garudas. The spider robot's called a Rudra. Alright, we're getting ready for the pour. The one other thing I really friggin' dig about this lore, Aleph does not know where its own core systems reside by design. So, like, it's an even playing field. Like, Aleph also, like, as part of its core directives, it does not know where it resides physically, so that it can never take advantage of that fact. I don't know, it's freaking cool stuff. Also, I gotta get my clippers. I forgot. I gotta get my clippers for that lid. Hope you're all enjoying my Extra Life Infinity lore stream, where I ramble, half remembering a bunch of YouTube videos I watched. I should say, in fairness, like, Infinity has, like, its faults, too. And also, aesthetically, Infinity does have this one thing, which is... And it seems to be ebbing away as the game goes on. It has a big predilection to a lot of female sculpts defaulting to these two poses. Basically, in Infinity, what I've noticed in the sculpts, either they're friggin' incredible, or they're in one of these two poses. And, like, I think it's mostly a taste thing. But it is the thing I noticed that, like, just from the same starter set, right? Here's a Rokot. Here's one of the Nomads. And then from Aristea, which is in-universe and by the same company, here's Gata. And I'm like, look, it's a good pose. But, like, I'm starting to kind of see it, you know? Anyway. I gotta transfer that dropper bottle. Okay. So hopefully this is dripped off enough that I don't have too much left in there. This is so much harder to do with the friggin' phone in front of my face. Let's just go for it. There's the ball bearing. I think we're good. Oh yeah, that's pretty freaking good. There's my paper towel. So then we dab off the tip. Where did I put the cap? It's alright, I got a couple more. Oh, it's all still in here, that's why. My favorite really smart genius thing to do is when I do this and then I only put this cap on and I forget to put this cap on. It's real genius and smart and pretty funny and random, let me tell you. Makes me LOL. Laugh on loud. The new Cyberverse episode, so New Cyberverse is just 2 episodes, but each one is 44 minutes long, so they've only put 1 out so far today. I think it was really fun. I had an incredibly good time watching it. I would like to avoid discussing spoilers, though, on the stream, because it did just come out today, and I discovered from another member in chat that it is region locked, so the UK folks can't watch it on YouTube. So, hopefully, you know, like, our Himbo Soundwave on Dailymotion will get a copy up for everyone who's been region locked. But that's why I don't want to go too much into details right now, just for the sake of folks who haven't been able to see it yet. But I really liked it. I had a very, very wide and growing smile on my face as several characters were introduced. And then we met the aforementioned ones who have new toys. When's the animated Hot Rod review coming out? Definitely later this century, but closer to our lifetime. In the meantime, okay. Because I can't really look easily, so we hit 25 bucks, right? So the next 25 bucks we hit, someone let me know, we're going to do another one of those. In fact, to spur it, well, should I? Okay, I'm going to ask you guys all in here. I'm going to ask you all in here, in fact. Should I do another one? Should it be 2? Or should it just be 1? That's what I'd like to know. Picky Peeves, I have no ETA on MMC Rung, if that's who you mean. Because I don't have one. I'm hoping that they're for sale at TFCon Toronto. Because I would like to purchase one at TFCon Toronto. That would be a convention goal. So should I do another one? Or should we just do one every 25 bucks? Oh, the Battle Master. I don't know. I haven't really thought about making videos about. I filmed packaging for them as I went, but I don't know what to say about Battle Masters. I could think of something to say, but it's just like I don't know really what to say about them. I could put some thought into it, I guess, but I might just do like a couple of them and talk about the theme of what they are. It's very weird. I don't know. It's like those Micromaster 2-packs. All I really have to say about them is that I see that they put they put a lot into the paintwork, and that I wish they had put less in the paintwork and more into the part count, I guess. Rexodus! Yes, motivation, good! Transformers on vacation, might as well do 2. Yeah, that's enough for me. Let's do one more, and then I'll continue on here. Oh yeah, I like having him in the thumbnails. It feels like a good theme. Also because he's always just sitting here. He's got such a good face for a T-pose. Very much like I'm dominant. It's like, yes you are. Absolutely, no question. Here's a question for you all. Next contrast paint that I pour in here, do we want a cold color or a warm color? It's not a vote, really, but I'll just take the first one I see, I'll run with. Warm! Alright. Do we want yellow or orange? Yellow! Alright, Sleepy Sea Lily is all over this. I have a Nazdreg yellow to put in there. Like, I am gonna also do the cold ones and the orange. I'm gonna eventually put all my contrast in dropper bottles because it's easier for them to fit into my thing back here. But, like, you know, just making arbitrary decisions by yelling at chat is a thing. Wait, first I want to put a ball in here. Oh yeah, there we go. The Sleepy Sea Lily still makes my tongue trip over itself when I get to the L's. That's on me though. Sleepy Sea Lily is the Thunder Stealer on this current leg of the stream. The quickest drug. No sleep deprivation. That sounds like someone else's problem. Just say, but no, I have to rise to the challenge. If I do not rise to the challenge, then who will? Alright, I'm gonna cut these hinges. Wario? I mean, if we can't believe in Wario, who can we believe in? Huh? Wario? Huh? Some fake person like Wario? No, real people. Wario. Oh, Chris Muse, that sucks. Damn. My immediate inclination, which is not rational, is you gotta go friggin'... I'm entering the mindset of, like, that we all get a J. Jonah Jameson moment with people over stuff like this. I'm like, you just gotta go into the... You gotta go into the CPAP shop and just go, like, it doesn't work! And throw your cigar at... That friggin' sucks, though. I have, among my irrational beliefs that I totally get as irrational, one of them is when it comes to, like, medical stuff, friggin' just do it till it works for the people and treat people well. Damn it. You have to wait till Monday. I am sorry to hear that. Hey, so did my hand just prevent you from seeing any of that happening? I just realized. I looked up and I saw my knuckle fill the screen. That probably wasn't very demonstrable as far as, like, a technique, was it? Going over in my head now. Does this mean I owe you all a third one? Since that one was, like, highly off-screen? Do I owe it? Do it, like... This is a matter of honor. Yeah, Chris Music, I got... It's less my personal experiences, more the experiences of, like, other members of my family. But I'm, like, very, like friggin'... If someone has a problem, there's a good chance that if they're coming to you, they are not... Like, that they would like to work with you to alleviate the problem. But they also probably don't know a lot about how your system works, and that they really would like to help make the system work with you, and they are here to work with you. So please don't preemptively assume the worst when they are simply asking, like, oh, how does this work? They're asking that because they would like for it to work, and they have an interest in what's going on and what you're doing. I try to hold off on that now, especially because everyone working in the medical profession has had an ongoing multi-year nightmare now. So, like, there's certain degrees to which I'm like, well, I get it. And a lot of what I'm talking about stems from before that all started. But, like, yeah. There's still things here and there. Less relevant to the streaming audience, as far as I know. But, like, treat people well, and even if they are older, treat them well. If they are trying their best. I simply ask that their attempt to try their best is recognized in good faith. Because there's plenty who do not try their best, absolutely. Yeah, it's rough. Like, it really doesn't help how much there is out there trying to that is actively trying to stoke people to pick more fights with people in medical. So when I pick my fights, I try to make it matter, at least as far as what I'm picking a fight over. It's never gonna be like friggin', the bed sheet's the wrong color. You know, it's mostly like mistreatment that I feel borders on having effects on mortality type stuff. Gotta make people feel like they got backup when they're looking for it. I'm gonna bump back over to the Necrons to do the next stage of my tricks. So I'm going to take some of a Canadian staple, pale sand. A Canadian staple, pale sand. Going to use that to pre-coat all the parts that are going to get done up in yellowy orange. There's a lot of good Canadian-made tutorial videos on pale sand. It's a national thing, you know. I don't know that non-Canadians would really understand, but you know, I gotta support the maple leaf. You know, oh Canada, our home and pale sand. This is like a slightly warmer white, and so I find that it goes really nicely with the orangey yellow contrast paint I'm going to put over top of it, as hopefully illustrated here. Like, I guess it doesn't, it's sort of, maybe is kneecapping some of the excitement or like, ooh, how's it going to turn out of these when, like, I have a finished one right here. But, you know, it's also helping me remember what I want to do on this one and the other four. Rexodus, you ever hear of one-page rules? Yes, I have. I've actually got a couple miniatures agnostic rule sets. What was that one I just got recently? A couple months ago, or a month ago? It was a month ago. 5 Parsecs from Home. The physical book for that showed up at my local game stores, and I snatched it up. I haven't read through all of it yet, but I love the idea of little rule sets like that. Some of the like stuff like I got a bunch of Gasland stuff as well. Like that Osprey Games stuff, the miniatures agnostic Osprey Games stuff, where it's a game system that is not trying to also sell you an entire range of models. So the game system instead kind of assumes, like, hey, maybe you have some certain model ranges if you have an interest in this kind of setting. Actually, not to get back on yelling about my new toy Infinity, but, like, if you do want to try Infinity out, the rules are available for free in PDF form, and the only thing the game cares about, really, physically, is terrain and base sizes. Everything else is done using a silhouette system, which you can print out from the PDF. There's also a more or less officially supported TTS mod for Infinity with models in it, as far as I can tell. So I haven't tried it yet, but, like, you can just, like, play Infinity for free, pretty much. Which I'm really into, because as I'm painting this Necron, let me say, I have sort of no intention to ever go out of my way to buy a book by Games Workshop right now. I'm okay owning one if I end up, you know, by happenstance, owning a Games Workshop book. But everything I have viewed in the last couple years tells me that like, I'm already buying all the models, and that's kind of, that will take me farther. Nothing against buying their books, obviously. It's just, like, I don't feel I need to. I feel that I am supporting them quite a bit with the model pickups. And I kind of don't like the frequency at which they are asking folks to buy $50 books. Something about that feels very off-putting to me in 2021. So, for instance, I am very, very excited to play New Kill Team. It looks like a very good game. But, like, I kind of just want to find... I want to find, like, some cheap bootlegs or cheap parted out copies of the tokens and the cards. Like, I've still been eyeballing the Octarius set, but it's mostly just so I can skip the work of having my own set of tokens and things, and I don't want to buy that stupid Kill Teams Essentials thing, because it's 34 Canadian dollars for a cardboard sheet of tokens and one small sprue. And I'm like, I don't like this. This feels like $50 books. So I definitely also rather enjoy that Infinity offers its rule set to you however you wish. I think if there was like an author name in a Warhammer rulebook, I might feel a little bit more guilty about avoiding going out of my way to buy the rulebooks. But as far as I know, there isn't. So that also makes me feel less like guilty, I guess. Also, their models are not cheap, so I also don't feel that guilty. Anyway. Yo, check it out. I just dotted those eyes in like nothing, and not even with a small brush. Oh, I feel so badass right now. Let me just bask in this. Brush confidence. Can't wait to immediately screw this model up now that I've... Oh, you know what? I forgot to do the hose. Sorry, like, okay, one of my bugbears, one of the things that I always had trouble with as a teenager, to the point of, like, I never solved it, was faces and eyes. So every time I accomplish something remotely related to faces or eyes, and it doesn't feel like it was a lot of work for me to do, and I just did it, I get the biggest friggin' rush of good brain for just a second. But it's like... it's worth it. Oh, yeah. Put that brush... give that brush a real big mouth straightening, as they say. Oh, I thought of a new Extra Life challenge. Okay. Might not happen. I might just do it anyway if it doesn't happen. If we hit the next $25, instead of just doing what I did before, of pouring paint into a dropper bottle, I will grab a fresh Ariadna miniature and I'll try doing non-metallic metal on it on the stream, which is a very organic and improvised process the way I do it. So that's what we'll do if we hit if we hit $50 today. I think that my page just shows the grand total, but the dates should show up there. I can't check it from here. I'm saying all this in the hopes that someone just tells me. Wreck and Rule! Here with that metallic purple. Yo, did you see the better version though? This is what we're building towards. This is some of that turbo dork right here. That's a real thing, by the way. I'm not joking. It's a turbo, don't laugh. Turbo dork. Get some of that fresh turbo dork hype! You could say an Ariadna Grande total. I guess you could say that. I don't know if I'm saying that, because I might get in trouble, but, you know, whatever gets money raised for them sick kids. By the way, if you are just joining us, this is an Extra Life stream. There is a link in the description to my Extra Life page. I am part of Andy Rue's gaming gang. I am raising money myself for Toronto Sick Kids Hospital. That is the link. When I'm talking about all the milestones and donation stuff, that is the link in which one may do a donation. If you've not done anything with Extra Life before, the first thing I will say is I do not handle any of that money. So that is money that goes straight to the Extra Life company, who then pass it on to my chosen charity. They've been doing it for many years. As far as I know, they're legit. So if you are worried about where the money is going, it is all through the Extra Life system. If you're not familiar with them, like do your research. At this point, I do rather trust them. It would be really, really messed up if they were to pull a heel turn on us all of a sudden. Does Extra Life deal with card games? I think there are people playing Magic the Gathering for Extra Life. I know there's people who play, like, Arena. I think Loading Ready Run did a bunch of are doing a bunch of tabletop stuff I caught on Twitter. Is this one of those times? Is this the right length of time since the last time I did this to mention I went to high school with, like, everyone from Loading Ready Run? That's always a fun tidbit to throw out there because it makes me sound the most parasocial. Because I'm the one who's going like, I went to high school with them. How do I leverage that into clout? Hell yeah, Chris Muse. I mean, I'll admit, if someone says I should try raising money for charity, my general reaction is just gonna be hell yeah. So I guess, like, if one were to drill into what I just did there, it would be like, oh, you had an expected automatic response. And it's like, okay, well, yes. But also, hell yeah. Oh! Adam Edgmond. Adam Edgmond dropping a little novella there in my chat. in my chat. That's that might be something Adam Edgmond finds particularly amusing. I don't know if that's too vague. Are Necrons simply a dark mirror to the fears within Turbo Dorks trapped in a socioeconomic panopticon? Despite their depictions as terrifying enemies under the surface, is the surface us? That's a good question. You should ask Warhammer 40,000 that question. Warhammer 40,000 being the writer of the books. Okay, they have, like, named authors who write their novels, and I'm being needlessly petty now. Also, yes, I know the actual, like, fake author name to do if you're doing the joke is James Workshop. I get it. I know. I'm not cool. I'm not cool. Mr. Warburton Hammerstein the Third. All right. I'm going to... Oh, but I can kind of see it. So, this detailing here, right? This is the stuff I just did here and here, is on the other side as well. But it's behind a whole lot of stuff, and you're never going to see most of it, if most of it, if not all of it. Oh, but I'm so tempted, though. What if I just sneak... What if I sneak the brush in there? What if I just sneak it in? Like, okay, I won't do the bottom bit, because I literally can't see it with my own human eyes from up here. I was able to see the other bit, so I feel justified. This is something I'm really bad about, is painting detail that's never going to be seen because it's there. It's like a weird, like, it's like the bad part of that completion high where I'm like, but I must finish painting in the spots. There is a spot there, it must be painted. Oh! I forgot another pipe on the first one. It was neck pipe. I've been putting not a lot of thought. I've been putting a little bit of thought, by the way, into doing an episode 2, I think. So I think I still only have ever done 1. I want to do V-Paint episode 2 and do it about the Riot Quest original starter set. Because I want to figure out how to do V-Paint about painting I've been doing. But like, I don't want to do painting instructionals because I don't want to film painting other than doing these live streams. So I'm trying to figure out how to just do a little video where I'm like, here's the paint jobs I did, and here's how I did this, this, and this, and that's how it was a personal victory for me. I've been thinking about doing that as a fun little thing. I got a little bit of his eye on his cheek. Model's ruined. Or maybe it's intentional OSL. Who knows? I learned a word. V-Paint 2 was Dispensor. Thank you, Picky Peeves. Alright, so I think I'm doing V-Paint 3. Transformers on vacation. Simply get a paintbrush that has a 90-degree angle to reach in there. I mean, you're right. Three paints. I just think it'd be fun to do some filming, just filming some B-roll of my paint jobs that I like and talking about why I like them. I don't want to content strategize every single thing I pick up doing, but like, I like sharing what I do on my YouTube page. And also, I'm not very good at content strategizing for my own things. I still just like sharing stuff and doing what I feel like I'm okay to doing as far as filming. Why am I doing this? No one's ever gonna see this. I still did it. One little skill I have been improving at to pat myself on the back is what I just did there. The whole, like, use water to erase a splat while it's wet. Because usually by the time I get there, I'm way too late. I still end up with a little ring there now and then, but... Have a good night, Adam. Total donations to pause says total donations at 410 now. My problem is I don't remember what they were at when I started. Because I forgot to look. It should have dates next to the donations, though. I hate asking y'all to do my math for me. It's just, I don't have a way to look at it from here because I'm using my phone to stream and I don't have another computer up here with me. My apologies. Transformers on vacation. Do you use these minis for anything or are they purely for display? Yeah, I wish to play current Kill Team. That's what the Necrons are for. And I wish to play Infinity, because I think Infinity looks super fun. The ARO mechanic is freaking cool. So I do intend to play with most of the minis I paint. They're meant for gameplay, too. Right. So, I'm at 55. Okay. I'm going to stop what I'm doing. Let's try to do some non-metallic metal. Which, by the way, I'm not good at doing. Nor experienced. We're just going to give it a shot. Okay, who's got a breastplate on here? Or can I do it on one of the Aristea minis? One of them got the stuff. I wonder. Let's get maybe that could be what I want to do with Parvati. let's try it on one of her legs, and then we'll kind of just see where we go from there. So, I want that to be... Frostbite on the top. These are contrast paints. I want her to have a deep green on the seams. Deep emerald. Here we go. Emerald to Frostbite. We'll do that. Oh, yo, this is the Aristea version of Parvati. This is the super gummy PVC miniature version. Let me show you something. Hang on. I'm walking over here. And I'll be back over there in a second. Everything's falling over. I just went to Meeple Mart today to pick up new Parvati. Because apparently she's extremely good in every... She's in Aleph and O12, and she's really good in all of them. So here's new Parvati, you know, painted by their studio. But this is her many years after that version, where she's, as far as I can tell from her bio, she's, like, combating her perceived obsolescence as an old artificial life form. So this is the metal version. Here's old Parvati, and here's new Parvati. Old Parvati, one of the cool things about this design, which is really hard to tell, I kind of wish now when I bought Aristea that I'd gotten the version that had metal versions of all these that were way crisper, but her legs are not connected to her body, nor are her arms. They're floating. So if you look at the sculpt, her legs are, you know, physically, as a model, attached to her hair, but they are not attached to her hips. And then her arm is not attached to her shoulder. It's just so close to her shoulder that they're able to physically sculpt the thing. There's another hole there. I think that's a really cool little touch. Okay, so what I want to do is try to do non-metallic metal on her leg is where I'm going to start. I'm going to go up to Frostbite. Frostbite is a P3 paint that I really like. It's a purpley, bluey gray. Oh, Robot Lorekeeper, what's even worse, Parvati was created to participate in the Aristea, like, it's sort of like a Running Man game, where it's like a violent sport with, like, you know, celebrities playing it. So she was created to be a participant in this, like, sort of live-action deathmatch game. So her obsolescence is that Aristea is a lot older now as a game, and she's been around since the beginning, and people are moving on because, you know, it's a fame-based game. So she's now joined the O12, I guess. She's joined the Space United Nations. But she's also very obviously going to be answering to Aleph first and foremost. So it's interesting stuff. So the way I do non-metallic metal is a lot of wet blending. And I'm using P3 paint here, which is very, in their own words, saliva activated for wet blending. So there's going to be a lot of brush in mouth. I just want to get that out of the way up front before it gets creepy. I'm going to have some Coke. All right. I hope this emerald is dark enough for this to really work. So, in my mind, let's do this leg, because there's an obvious shadow here. So we want this to be the shadow. Musimon, brush in mouth, meaning the brush goes in my mouth to get saliva on it. We'll do Frostbite on the top. And now I'm just trying to do like a stippled wet blending thing to play with the two. Now I'm mixing them together a little bit to kind of get like a blended version to put in between. This is kind of how I did it last time. The idea of, I should say, one of the base ideas of non-metallic metal is creating the appearance of metal without using metallic paints. So you're sort of painting the way light refracts on a metallic surface by just painting in those shapes and shadows rather than relying on a metallic pigment to do so. I think I really need a dark green involved in this, so I'm gonna haul in this dark green here. I held the brush in my mouth. I don't actually need to. That wasn't literally the brush tip in my mouth. Sometimes I put my brush handle in my mouth like a pirate holding a knife in his mouth. That's just a habit of mine. Makes me look really cool. Just like Captain Jack Sparrow. Yo ho ho. Where's the rum? I hate laughing after I do a bit because I'm like absolutely implying no one else thinks this is funny, just me. But I'm a genius. Ho 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 ho. Oh, this is doing something. This is doing something. Woohoo, that's neat. Let me get that frostbite back in there and see what happens. One reason why I'm super into the idea of messing with oil paints, by the way, sorry to be silent for so long, I was kind of staring. I am really into the idea of mixing paint on the surface of the miniature, which is kind of what I'm also trying to do here. There's something very organic about that notion that I'm really into. The surface of Parvati is also incredibly small, so this might have been a fool's errand. Maybe this calls for a slightly smaller brush. Then also things are starting to happen. Oh no. Yarr, I be painting my minis. GG, this is technically from Infinity. This is from Aristea, the board game, which takes place in the Infinity universe. I have also been painting some Infinity minis from Operation Crimson Stone. But this is also an Extra Life stream. We cleared a $50 milestone, and the challenge I decided shortly before that happened was that at $50 I would drop what I'm doing and then try to do some non-metallic metal for a bit. So here we are. This is the nightmare. I'm just playing around with this stuff while it's all still lightly wet. I'm gonna figure out the shapes. Wondering if these are contrast or watered down glaze. I'm currently just using regular paints. Frostbite is a P3 paint, which is saliva activated for some of that wet blending. Then the emerald and the dark green I'm using are both just regular Vallejo paints. For non-metallic metal, I find glazes are too hard to work with for the way I've been doing them, which is like stippled wet blending. But also, I will probably do a glaze on top of this to smooth out the transitions once I think I've reached my limit on them. Oh, it's happening! Finally! Finally! There we go. What I was looking for, right there. You see? Do you kind of see that? That kind of like strip of transitory coloration running down there? That's what we're looking for. I just want it to have a couple curved irregularities. Oh, I almost swore on the stream. I got so excited just there for a second. All right, all right, all right. There it is. There it is. It happened. You see what? You see it. You see it. Oh, do you see? I should say I haven't looked at the chat while I've been screaming questions at the chat, so my apologies for the mixed signals there. There we go. While that dries, why don't we do the other leg? Okay, so I got my light source coming in from over here, so this is going to be more complicated. All right. This is the complicated bit of this kind of thing, is I want the light source to match. So I have to think about three-dimensional light. There would still be a shadow here. I gotta do this on this other side of the leg too, so we'll get over there. Oh my god, the sheer friggin' confidence coming out of my brush tip right now. Vaguely unearned at this early stage, but yet it is making this a lot less freaky and a lot more it's just happening. This was a very good stretch goal. This was a very good Scorp light source. Yeah, so because this is supposed to be like the look of metal with light refracting off of it, because you can kind of see, right? This is as though there is a light source coming from over here. I want that look to match on this leg, so that's why I've got the shadow happening there primarily. And then creeping up from inside here. Because as I understand it, and as I parse it at least, as a person looking at it, non-metallic metal is manufacturing the appearance of a light source. I guess vaguely similar to object source lighting, but I think it's a little different too. This one's a lot more experimental. This leg, this might go wrong. This might go real wrong. But I don't care. You know what though? That's why we're doing it. How do we get better? Fixing our screw-ups. That's how you get better. Talking as though I know what I'm talking about. There, you can kind of see there. You see how I'm like implying the shadow there, right? So I want to go, I guess, kind of in reverse order from over here. I'm getting real, I don't know how to put this. I'm getting a real game face right now. So if I'm quiet, it's because I'm like, I'm having that little transcendent Matrix moment where I'm like, I see the code. I was so friggin' stuck on what to do with Parvati as well for like weeks. Friggin' weeks, I was just like, I don't know what to do about this figure. I don't know what to do. I just paint her green, and that's it? Like, I didn't want to leave it at that. Yeah. Okay, so we get some of this in there. And we get some of this back in there. Oh, and then get some of this. Ugh. Like every now and then I'm kind of undoing stuff that I liked, but at the same time, it is in service of building this organic sort of gradient that slowly begins to take a shape that resembles what's in kind of like, not even in my, okay, how do I put this? None of this is in my mind's eye, so I'm not pursuing an end goal. I'm doing things until okay, this sounds really stupid. I'm doing things until they look right, basically. So I'm doing some stuff a little redundantly back and forth, but then eventually it's like, wait, this is right. It's like, this is correct. And then you start seeing things like, oh, and then this is where the light needs to take an uneven refraction over the longer curved surface. Like, I'm still not very good at it, but I get the impression part of the, like, what makes non-metallic metal so freaky is that it's not, I don't know if this is even the right word. I was gonna say it's not as, like, linear a process, but I don't know if that's even, like, the right phrasing. It's like you just make these little splats of paint on your wet palette, and then you start splatting them together on the model, and you try to create an envisionment of reality as we know it. This also reminds me, I gotta take this darker color. Do a quick line down here. How long have we been doing this? Where are we? Ken Anderson, The Final Shape. Correct. Okay, I was worried that it was like midnight Eastern or something, and that I had been here for like 2 hours doing this without like saying a single word. I'm just going through and I'm starting to see it more. Like here we see, as we go around, the effect continues, kind of. On this leg, I should say. Ignore that leg. I'm just talking about this leg. It's happening, though. Okay. Remember, like, 100 years ago when I was like, I'm gonna do the other leg? Rexodus, you're working on your first paid commission figure repaint. Hell yeah! That's excellent to hear. I mean, okay, I am assuming the best. Hopefully you're also, like, feeling good about it. I don't want to be like, that's excellent to hear. It's so great. That's excellent news. And it's like, yes, it's hell. I'm feeling terrible. I don't know what to do. Like, I don't want to make it awkward. But I think that's really cool. I think doing commission work of any kind is tremendously impressive. I was just talking to my mom about this the other day. It's okay, my mom's cool. About how, like, in general, the internet as a whole tries to accommodate the needs of artists and those who would do work that we would call commission work. But at the same time, that very same internet would also really like it if they would just stop charging money for their time. And so I think taking on commission work is inherently quite courageous, because you are entering a marketplace that often is not your ally. That's what I'm getting at. That's my nonsense I'm spitting. I'm not trying to say, like, in the last 2 hours I learned a completely new trick, but, like, I'm very rapidly becoming more and more comfortable with the brush motions involved in what's going on here. And that is inherently a very cool feeling. Lucky for me, this commission is from a coworker, so I don't have to deal with internet entitlement. That's right, Rexodus. If it becomes a problem, you can always live the artist's dream and just hit them over the head if they start getting unreasonable. That's mean. That's mean of me to say. I apologize. But also, if they do get unreasonable, then you can say, hey, this dude who was streaming painting a miniature this one time said it was okay for me to hit you, to get you back to Real Street. And hey, I'd back you up on that. Up until the point where I'd be involved with any kind of legal proceeding, I would back you up on that. And then I would back off completely and leave you to, sink or swim. But rolling up sleeves. I got your commission right here, pal. Sorry, Robot Lore Keeper. I'm going quiet again. I apologize. I'm just so friggin'... When this gets going... I am just, like, brain-locked, staring into the eye of the storm. Oh, Transformers. I saw Draculus in person today. And that is a really cool looking toy. I wish that it wasn't leader class price in Canada. I also had to learn the lesson that the point of practice is to practice not to make something look good. Yeah, OSL is hard. And yeah, it's okay if it sucks as a hard mindset to get into. I hear you completely. Especially when it's your own miniatures and you're like, well, I bought this though and I want it to look good. OSL, the thing that I found with OSL that really helps is to make sure that the OSL has at least a thin area of really darkness around the brightest light edge, or not the brightest, but just around the edge of the light, so that it makes it look glowing more. If that makes any sense. Picky P, did you hear correctly that from the Q&A that Kingdom's getting a Wave 5? Yes, although that Wave 5 is currently just Blaster, and it's probably Slammer as well, and Huffer, I would assume. Blaster is the only named Kingdom Wave 5 toy. But also, they've never said when Huffer and Slammer are coming out, so I would educated guess that they are the rest of Wave 5. Matt Kovarubius, hello. I don't gotta be a mister necessarily, but I don't mind. Rex has just got your Arc and Rodimus. Yeah, Rodimus is freaking... As an outspoken verbal assaulter of trailers, Rodimus kicks some ass. That toy turned out well, I think. I like Arc a lot too, but I like Arc a lot in like contexts that I don't think match up with a lot of what people are down with. So I always understand how Arc can bounce off folks too. It sounds like you're enjoying Arc though. That's cool. Oh, Gears. Oh, poor Gears. Who's Gears? The thing I'm finding with the, not necessarily with non-metallic metal, but with painting surfaces of reflective light, is a lot of it is like creating those jagged irregular edges that form on curved reflective surfaces. And using a high contrast coloration to represent that. Basically, what you are drawing with the paint is kind of the curvature of the surface. That's what I'm finding, at least. I should say that's not like what you are, but it's what I'm finding. There we go. I'm starting to see shapes more on here now. Rexodus, IDW2, I think, is really cool. It had a slow start, but it used that slow start to do tons of world building. So I'm okay with that slow start, especially now that the slow start is over. IDW2 is really good comic books, in my opinion, and I think it's a shame that it's kind of getting... it feels like it's getting very overlooked. The world building they did for IDW2 is just like, it's good stuff. It's good stuff, my kind of stuff. I'm having my Matrix moment again of trying to see it. Oh, I'm behind about 2 issues, I think, or 3 issues on the Beast Wars comic. I gotta get caught up on that too. That's also been really good. And so far, I think, unless something in the last few issues happened, it's its own little continuity. What they did is, I can go on for a little bit. I've gone on about IDW2 on these streams a lot, actually, I should say. So I apologize if I'm kind of doing it again. But one of the main things they did is one of the very first core tenets established in IDW2 is that, unlike IDW1, the universe does know about the Transformers. Not Earth, but the universe does. Cybertron is one of the safest havens of galactic trade and peace talks and everything because it's inhabited by giant transforming robots, and they have titans in orbit over the planet. So it's actually a very safe planet for other races to go to. And then the first storyline they did in IDW 2 was basically that someone was found murdered, and no Cybertronian has killed another Cybertronian for centuries at that point. There was a big war, but it's over. So it was big news. It's like, oh no, one of us has died? That doesn't happen anymore. And then as that goes on, you learn more and more about, like, they went really heavy into the politics of how that world works. They basically spent, like, I think like 2 years building up to the part where the Decepticons are formed. So they played a very long game to make at least a year of storytelling out of the pre-war Cybertron setting, which I think is an incredibly bold move to do. And so it builds up a version of Megatron who is primarily a politician. And he's a politician who thinks that he's smart enough to juggle a lot of volatile elements, and he is not able to do that. That's kind of his character downfall. Is he is riddled with hubris. And there's also, like, there's an entire issue that kind of, like, goes into the fact that, like, Optimus and Megatron really are, they could have been easily the best of friends, and it is kind of like, a lot of it's Megatron, but they, you know, their relationship is very messed up, and it, you know, it is another root of how everything went bad. Megatron has there's a mentor character to both of them, called Termagax, who is one of my favorite characters. But, like, IDW 2, basically, it's been going on now since 2019. It's still kind of pre-war. The war started, but it's, like, started. And, like, the first major conflict shown in the comic books, once the thing kicked off, was a bunch of Autobots trying to protect a bunch of non-Cybertronians who had taken asylum on Cybertron because their planet was gone. Also, yes, the Valentine special was excellent too, and has been, it's canon, you know, like, stuff in the Valentine special is still kind of paying off here and there. Also, I think we got it on the legs. I can do a little bit more, but I think we got a lot of it on the legs. I'm getting into that point where it's like, I really got to just stop myself soon, or I will just keep going at this forever. I gotta hold off and try doing a glaze to see what that does. Or I'm really gonna be here forever. Just one more little bit. Okay. Boy! My brain was just locked right in that thing. Yeah, they haven't gone, like, super explicit with the Cosmos Blastoff relationship, but, like, it's been mentioned, and both players are still active. Gutafist, very specifically, that's why I think IDW2 is really great, is because they are actively not doing the it's a war story. Like, they spent a year and a half in the pre-war setting. No other story does that. The pre-war is always a series of flashbacks while we do the nostalgia bait. IDW2 was like, no, the story starts pre-war, and we will just continue. And once the war has started, it's not like, all right, now there's Autobots and Decepticons. There's Autobots, there's Decepticons, there's Non-Aligned, there's Functionalists, there is Termagax acting on her own. There is the Rise, who are kind of part of the Decepticons, but kind of their own thing. There are so many spinning plates. That's why I'm really loving it right now, is that they did not immediately have everyone pick one of two sides and go. There are so many sides right now, and tons of characters who are kind of out for it for their own purposes. There's plenty of characters who do not fall in with the Decepticons. There are plenty who do not immediately trust the Autobots. There's some characters who pick sides where you kind of go like, wow, you picked that side? That's weird. I didn't think you were going to pick a side. Cyclonus is like a whole other thing. And then while they're doing this, they've constantly given hints of the Threefold War, which is like the War of the Threefold Spark, which is sort of the last great war involving some entity called Exarchon who split himself across 3 bodies. And from that, all kinds of horrible stuff happened, and that was all like centuries prior, but when all these characters were still, for the most part, alive and active. So there's all these little hints of like the horrible stuff that happened before, the utopia that they were in now, and then the fall of that, what it seems to be quite a shaky and false utopia. And then like in the Galaxies series, they show you like some of the, like, okay, one other thing that IW2 did really well, they took the concept of Zeta Prime is in charge but a bad leader, and they made that into an actual character and series of storylines. So like, this gets into a little bit of like, talking about plot, but like the Galaxies miniseries there's a couple of them. The first one was supposed to be about the Constructicons. Secretly, it was almost more about the Insecticons. Both of those groups were born with kind of superhuman, super Cybertronian abilities. That were like Termagax saw them as, a beautiful thing, the evolution of our species. But Zeta Prime saw them as dangerous but useful. So, like, the Constructicons were used to rebuild all the destroyed cities of the War of the Threefold Spark. And then when they were done, Zeta Prime meets them with champagne, almost literally, to congratulate them and tell them, I got great news for you. We have an off-world colony that needs your help. And so basically they get shipped to this planet, which has unending work that has no purpose or goal. The whole thing is Zeta Prime basically took them and said, you can combine. That is way too dangerous to exist on my planet of order. So I'm going to give you a parade. I'm going to give you champagne. I'm going to give you a medal. We're going to have a parade, and then we're going to send you on a heroic mission and never hear from you again. And then while they're there, you discover that's what happened to the Insecticons. They were born with the innate ability to reconstitute matter into energon. So they were also used as part of the cleanup. They could devour, destroyed buildings and reconstitute them into energy sources. They could devour the dead and reconstitute them into energy sources. At one point, the Insecticons begin to wonder, well, what do the living taste like? Before they could figure that out, they're given a medal, given champagne, given a parade, then shipped on a heroic mission to this planet, and then never heard from again, because that's where they're going to stay forever. So you get this really cool thing of, like, Zeta Prime is not just like, the previous Prime was a fascist, and you hear about it for like 2 panels and then he's dead. Zeta Prime is there for like a year and a half, and you kind of see, like, Zeta Prime sucks. Zeta Prime sucks and is trying, but doesn't know how to do it right. Zeta Prime only knows how to do it in the fashy way. And like, there is a payoff to, like, all of this stuff. But yeah, Zeta Prime's plan for dealing with almost everything is to ship them off planet with a hero's parade, and then every time that they try to communicate back, like, there's a bit, the Constructicons are constantly told, oh, well, you haven't met your quota yet. Or if they try to say, hey, we'd like to return from off-world, it's like, well, we'll put your request through, and they're like, well, we know Zeta Prime's like, oh, we'll put your request through. So basically, they get mired in unmeetable quotas and bureaucracy to just be left off-world, and that's what turns so between that and the Insecticons already having joined the Rise, which is Shockwave's, like, deranged supervillain faction, they are led astray by the Insecticons, but sort of justifiably led astray. That do they not deserve to return home? The Insecticons go back home with them. The Insecticons go on to be my favorite version of the Insecticons ever, because they're horrifying. Like, there's a bit, the last bit I'll do plot-wise. There's a bit where, there's 3 Insecticons. There's a bit where Bombshell, who's kind of the leader, not to spoil it, but it's sort of obvious. They do eventually decide to find out what the taste of a living spark is. The way Bombshell does it is, there's a Cybertronian just, like, walking through an alley. Bombshell puts a Cerebro shell on the back of his head and then says, don't talk, sit down, don't scream. And then Bombshell's visor plate mouth, like, opens up, and there's just like nothing but teeth. So Bombshell basically Cerebro shells some poor mook and goes like, hey, don't talk, sit down, don't scream, and then eats them alive while preventing them from being able to react or say anything. It's pretty good. The Insecticons are pretty good body horror. I like me some Transformers body horror. Anyway, that's some bits. Oh, and, like, in Galaxies, another Galaxy story revolves around Cliffjumper and Deathsaurus, and they show you this opening of the series is the birth of Rubble, who is our audience connection character, who's surely going to be fine. And the birth of a new Cybertronian is this whole thing. There's, like, they come out of a doorway of light to be met by a cheering crowd who welcomes them to life. And they receive a mentor who's going to teach them, how to transform and how the world works and help them choose their vocation. The way that the Cliffjumper Galaxy story opens is it opens with Bumblebee's birth to a cheering crowd and a mentor and being led onto the path of how they're going to, here's all the different ways you can live your life. Your life's just begun. Isn't it amazing? A few hours later, Cliffjumper emerges from the doorway of light and says, hello, everyone. I'm alive. I've been born. And, like, no one's there. And then Zeta Prime is there on the phone. And then Cliffjumper walks up to him and says, hello, I'm alive. And Zeta Prime, like, kind of just looks at him and then gets back on the phone and says, Brainstorm, another one came out. This is really embarrassing for me. you're supposed to tell me when Cybertronians are born, and now we have another one here, and we can't let people know about this, or I'm going to look bad. And so basically, Cliffjumper was Bumblebee's inadvertent twin afterbirth, and his first experience was basically being told he's a nuisance for being born, and he apologizes for being born, and it's so heartbreaking. And then they show you, like, basically Cliffjumper's whole life in a, a page. It's just a little montage. Is basically people mistaking him for Bumblebee, and then his whole miniseries story. I won't say what happens, but a big crux of it is that he's on a mission related to something Bumblebee did, and the people they are visiting are colorblind, and Bumblebee is busy. So Cliffjumper's just there so that they think Bumblebee is there. And it's like, it's just so, like, it's great, but it's so heartbreaking. Like, a Cliffjumper's whole story is a very meta story. He's Bumblebee's repaint. And that's it. And, like, there's even, like, people who mean well who still mix up his name. And he's just, oh, it's so great. Like, it doesn't have a sad ending, I should say, just so you don't, like, get put off reading it. But, like, oh, I love those little things. Or the whole bit with the Functionists. They took a joke character from original IDW. Heretek was a James Roberts joke character. And in new IDW, Heretek, the guy who has, like, the Matrix on his forehead, he's the leader, he's the senator, he's basically a senator. He was voted in by the Functionists, who are, like, a religious extreme demographic. So he's basically the religious extreme's sole political figure on the Senate. And so he's there as a token vote. But then, like, when everything starts to go down, there's a whole story with the Functionists, which features, it's like, Arsene Gage, I believe. Anyway, lots of cool stuff. Really friggin' cool stuff. As you can tell, I get excited and can go on for a while about IDW 2, so, you know, I gotta hold myself back a bit. I am a couple months behind, and I know Wheeljack64, I haven't yet picked up the Shattered Glass stuff. I'm interested to see what they do with it, but my main jam is IDW 2, quickly followed by Beast Wars. The Beast Wars book is also really cool. At least up to, like, issue, like, 3 or 4, as far as I've seen. The Beast Wars book is literally, what if we just did Beast Wars over again, but knowing what we as fans and writers know now? To, like, kind of, like, throw in a few more cool bits in here and there, and throw in a couple twists, and make things maybe not quite what you expect. It's a really solid book that is, like, its own continuity. Where's the best place to start reading IDW 2? I hate to say it, but from the beginning, because the first year of that book or so, or at least first 6 months, is kind of slow paced, but when you can just read it all in one go, it goes. It's a whole ton of world building. I would say you kind of have to just read it from the beginning, because there are a lot of spinning plates, and a lot of them date back to the early issues. So it is worth just reading from the start. Especially now that so much of it is out, you can kind of get through a lot of what, when it was, monthly or bi-monthly at a certain point, was a bit of a slog. Now you basically get to skip that. That's your advantage as a person starting now. Yeah, like the stuff with Quake, you kind of have to start from the beginning, because the beginning is the birth of Rubble, and Rubble's birth and another event in issue 1 are really the linchpin that gets the entire thing moving. And then eventually you get to join the rest of us in the Rubble fan club and talk about our favorite character, Rubble. Don't say anything. He's the adorable little Clubble. He's a Rubble is blue, factually. Noise Maze, I have heard the good word of Rubble. I have. Oh, one other thing IDW 2 does I think this is just like, you know, like with the Beast Wars book, knowing what we know now. In IDW 2, there are just female Transformers. There's no big thing about it. There's no like special planet they come from or anything. It's just like they're there, like with animated, which is a way better way to start things off. They simply exist. That's that. And I don't mean to get sucked into temptation here, but I kind of want to just poke a little bit at applying some of this tech I've been doing to the upper body. Yeah, like there are also, you know, there's Titans, there's other colonies. Like they start in a pre-war setting with all the accoutrement we've built up in the kind of monomyth of Transformers in the comics, and they just roll with it. Like there's a lot of IDW 1 characters who are just there. Like they're new characters technically, but like Freud is just there, Heretic is just there, Nautica is just there. Nautica's really cool bodyguard Road Rage is just there. That's not the only thing that it kind of has as an advantage of being IDW2, but like IDW2 makes a lot of very smart decisions in the context of being the second continuity as well. And this isn't like there's a multiverse or anything. It's just like they make decisions where they don't just try to do what IDW 1 did. That's why I'm a huge fan of the fact that they spent so long in the political pre-war period, because like that's not a period that any Transformers story usually spends more than a 3-part miniseries in. And those stories are fine, but like as a new set of Transformers fiction, it's I think a bold and well executed move to like take our time and like let's lay out like what this Cybertron is. I got a little carried away with the thing down here. I'm just doing some cleanup. Don't mind me. Yeah, wave sign. That is a good way to put it. The writers were indulging in being able to write pre-war stuff without having it be a flashback. Absolutely. Knockout, I believe, just appeared. I haven't read any issues with Knockout in them yet, but I've seen Knockout has appeared. The final shape of IDW2 is something known only to Giamodis. I'm pretty sure Giamodis actually knows that, but you know, no one asked them, so you know, we don't know ourselves. But that's kind of on us. just laying some groundwork here, because if I can get this all to work right, that means I can have like 90% of Parvati done. It's so exciting to me because I've been staring at this miniature for so long. And then I can finally get to those zombies. I get the feeling IDW2, just responding to Wheeljack64, I think they're gonna, I think most everything they do is done with the intent of revisiting it at some point. At least in passing, if not in, like, you know, a full-on, like, you know, panel or story. There's a lot of, and maybe this, like, I love this, so I just don't see it as a detriment, but like, for the sake of, you know, fairness, maybe to a detriment for some folks. IDW2 does almost everything with incredibly, how do I put this? I'm trying to think of a right word for this. There is a lot of intent behind a lot of the decisions IDW2 writing tends to make. At least that's what I've found. Very, very little feels throwaway in that universe. Part of the reason I'm so hot on IDW2 is that also when they did, you know, finally kickstart, you know, the beginning of the war, I thought they were going to do a very predictable thing to reduce the number of active players in that theater, and they very pointedly did not do the predictable thing. And there's still a chance they may do it, you know, it might happen, but I was very happy that they didn't do the predictable thing. You know, like when you set up a mentor-pupil relationship in fiction, there's usually one or two ways that ends when a plot hits a certain point. And I thought they were going to go for the rote path, and they did not, and I'm very impressed that they did not. This is happening. Look at this. Because her upper body is a lot more like, it's a lot more like, just her arm is over her chest, her other arm's under a gun and stuff. Like, there's less surface to have to consider. So I'm already kind of done with the pre-glaze on this. Now I just got to do the scary part, which is trying to do non-metallic metal and also her face. I don't really know how this works. Any hints of Hot Rod or Rodimus? Not that I can immediately recall, but as I said, I'm also a few issues behind right now. Like, there are definitely like characters who have not really appeared yet. Um, Sorry, I'm getting very game face again here. I'll look up at the chat in a sec. Wheeljack64 is caught up and also confirmed so far. No real Rodimus content. Noise Maze, possibly also a Ken. How many Coke Zero today? 1 1/3. They're gonna have to pay me big bucks to get me to go over that. That's right, I'm doing it. I'm making the power play. Coke Zero, pay me more money. I think this is working on the face. The problem is, she has like bright yellow eyes, and on this PVC sculpt, I really don't know that they even exist in there. So I gotta sort something out. My main worry, just going off what's in the chat here, my main worry about the impact IDW2 can have is, like, as much as I love it, there are still a lot of people who are not even glancing at it. And I fear that some of the really good stuff they're doing in there may just simply be lost to, you know, wiki articles, and you know, not much else. I hope I'm wrong. I highly hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm not wrong about this next thing I'm going to do. I'm going to try to use this tremendously small brush to add a pair of dots. Is this an art? No, no. This isn't an art stream. No, 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 no. Don't call the cops on me. This is it's a fundraiser challenge. You know, I hit while I was doing my legitimate gamering. You know, I hit a goal, and now I got to do this. You know, this Bob Ross stuff. The problem with these tiny brushes, the paint's only wet in them for like 2 seconds. Because they're so small that there's barely any paint in them. Okay, okay. Check the time too. I don't want the stream to go on super duper long. I realize I say that literally every single stream right before it goes on for another hour or 3. But I really mean it this time. Okay. We got stuff happening. So now... let's give that a sec to dry off. I wish to make my body glaze. So I'm going to use Emerald. Oh, I got some emerald there already. Just organize this to make it easier to find stuff. Here it is. Some of that glaze medium. Space Marine Bob, I gotta get me one of those, like, really nice, pointed, bigger brushes. I have seen on YouTube the light of those. I'm working with what I got right now. But yeah, I would like a fine-tipped big brush. Arbitrary question, who wore better, Paleotrek, Skelevore, or Transmutate? I don't know how I'm gonna get Skelevore. And I would like Skelevore, please. But I don't know how I'm gonna get Skelevore. Skelevore is one of those hopeful. I'm at TFCon in December, and someone is just like, "Oh, someone, please, I'll pay you to get rid of this Skelevore. All I want is Megatron." I would like that Megatron as well, but like, if I could come across someone who's just so desperate, they're like, "I gotta get rid of this Skelevore, man. It's cursed." I'll be like, "Sign me up." There's one thing I can handle, it's cursed toys. I would like that Siege Megatron repaint, because I like how it looks. But also, if I could, like, just get Skelevore for free, then that would be an unforeseen context and equation that would also solve my mathematical problem. I'd mostly like to get that nice looking Megatron because I only have, I think, 3 of that Megatron. So I still have room for a really nice silver painted one. I never picked up the Netflix Megatron because I never saw them. What I need to do is I need to actually check a Walmart again. I've only been to a Walmart once in the last 2 years. And it was like a whole adventure I went on. It was novel. I guess I should say, when I say check a Walmart, it's also check the mall that has a Toys R Us in it as well, because that's where the Walmart is. I have only been to either of those places the one time in the last 2 years. The cel-shaded Optimus and Megatron also, they had really good hand feel. Like, those were nice copies of those molds, I thought. At least the ones I got. Something about that process. They came out nice. I'm just adding my highlight color again on top of the glaze. So it's going to blend in with it a little bit, but this way we just like really... I feel like this way we really hammer home that top level sheen. Oh, I'm having fun. The Earthrise one, I think, is like, it is a little bit more impressive, but it comes with that really like dumpy little trailer, which, you know, that's not something you have to deal with the Siege one. So I could see the Siege one still hitting harder for someone, because like, you know, you're not dealing with that little thing attached to it. Sorry, I've once again grown a little silent. I'm hitting that zone again of seeing the code. All right. What if some little hints, just a little taste of white here and there. Yeah, I'm not going to do this lighter highlight on the face so that hopefully when I dot the yellow into the yellow eyes look brighter on the face. It would be cool to set up those inner leg bits too, though. I'm just seeing some stuff about that Laser Prime. I do feel a bit bad. That Legacy Laser Prime, I don't hate it. I literally had no reaction to it. I know there's a lot of folks who are kind of hot and cold on it. I'm just kind of like, yeah, it looks fine. Like, it's technically occupying a spot of, like, this is some of Generation 2, and it's like, it is. It is. You're not wrong. It's just not, somehow it's not hitting for me. Like, the Earthrise reuse stuff, even, I'm fine with that. There's just something about it that's kind of, like, bouncing. But also, I'm not, like, technically mad that I'm, like, not wanting the most expensive Legacy reveal so far. I'm like, you know what? It's fine. I should count my blessings. It means it will be one person easier for someone local to get one who is hyped for it, and that's a net win. I actually don't mind that bulkhead that much. It's pretty obvious, like, that, you know, there's a lot of folks who are not into it for tremendously valid reasons. It doesn't bug me that much. The RC bothers me more. I think the RC is weird. Because I think it's fine to mess with the body shape, but messing with the visage, I think, is a step beyond, and I think the RC messes with the visage quite literally by giving her a nose, but, like, that is messing with the visage. I think that's misguided. The actual figures, I think, look fine as far as, like, Transformers figures. Like, I'm still gonna pick them up and mess with them, because the transformations look neat. The main thing about that bulkhead that to me is important is that in the Hasbro Q&A, Ben Yee specifically brought up that, like, there are a lot of people. I think it was Ben Yee who brought it up. Someone brought up, like, inaccessibility of. Am I thinking of something else? I'm thinking of inaccessibility of 2020 toys, not of first edition bulkhead. My little hope is maybe we see a Generation Selects Prime reissues thing go on. So I think one of the the bigger underlying problems for Bulkhead for a lot of folks is that a lot of folks never got a chance at that first edition Bulkhead. Not that that's like the reason why aesthetically it's not working for people. I guess that's unclear on my part. But I think a clear path to a just good looking Bulkhead toy would also like ease over a lot of negative user experience, I guess I'll call it. Like, that's my hope for Legacy. Well, not my one hope. It's one of my hopes for Legacy is that it opens up Generation Selects to having more stuff like that Prime reissue 2-pack of Breakdown and the Jet Viacon. Just like neat, fun things like that. They kind of like create the reissue experience for the generations of fans that are not me. So I'm doing some, I forgot what this is called, but basically I'm putting some very specific, very dark shading around stuff so that there's some defined lines. It just makes stuff pop a little bit more. I forgot the phrase that describes this. Last bits. I got a silly idea. What I would like to do is get this hair highlighted up with a sort of fluorescent. Just gonna finish getting this little coverage coat on, then I can glance back, see what we're all doing. I'm really getting in Painter Zone, but I find it's easier to hit Painter Zone when I'm also streaming, so that, like, I'm talking to someone. Something I'm looking forward to doing somehow is hanging with people and painting. I think that would be very fruitful. I should say hanging with people IRL in painting. What I'm currently doing is hanging with people in painting. I think those guns I'm just going to do contrast black and highlight it up. Now I'm confused because I put my contrast paints into dropper bottles, so now I don't know what they look like anymore. Alright. Army of bees. I am. You're an army of bees. Jeez. That's terrifying. Yeah. All right. Bring your paints to Chicago. That's really far. Also a big topic going on of just sort of the nature of where Generations is at aesthetically. I don't have tons to add to that, really. Basically, it is in that kind of weird place right now. But I think eventually it'll just shift again. But also, I tend to just be happy if I have, like, cool transformation hand candy. I just wish they weren't messing with head design as much, because I think that really ends up robbing the... I mean, I said this already before. But I think when you alter the head too much, or the face specifically, the head's... You can alter the head, but you alter the face too much, you end up, like, making it hard to denote easily that, like, this is still a character I know. And usually I don't care about that, but, like, given that that's, like, one of the mission statements of the line, I'm like, yeah, I think this is a little bit more important than this line. By your own thesis statement. Army of Bees with the reminder, yes, this is a extra life stream. I'm just doing my little part during game day. So if you do wish to donate in the sake of the kids, there is a link in the description below to the Extra Life page for me. I'm part of Andy Rue's gaming gang, which is an Extra Life team for whom our captain is one Aaron A.K. Smith. And I'm personally raising money for Toronto Sick Kids because I'm in Toronto. So that feels more useful to my fellow Torontonianites than helping out an American hospital. I didn't mean for that to sound quite so cold, now that I'm thinking about it. But being in Canada, yeah, I am focusing my efforts on Canada. Disgrace 101, recognizing the Aristea. Respect. You're doing Legion clankers. I got that ahead of me. I got a plan, though. Basically, my Star Wars Legion clankers are going to look like these. So I got a plan already. Am I doing both robot skeleton armies in 2 different games in the same paint scheme? Maybe, kind of. My Legion clankers, though, I'm going to be doing primarily, like, there's going to be half of them in purple, half of them in teal, so that they're slipstream colors. That's my overarching plan. Painting the mini battle droids, what I can tell you from experience, putting them together is worse. Oh, Disgrace 101, I already built them. I did that right away. I didn't have too hard a time with them, but they are ridiculously fiddly to put together. Their heads are in 2 pieces, and they're friggin' the B1s. If you were a kind of food and you were hungry, what kind of food would you be? Sandwich. Because you feed a sandwich its filling. I mean, granted, you also then eat it, but don't tell me that part. Yeah, that RC face, aside from adding the nose, that is also very much a problem I have with it. It's too full. It's fully cheeked and everything. Like, it doesn't have the face, basically. It's not there. And I think you can add a nose to that face and still make it work, but, like, I don't see that RC in that face, very specifically. Timu Kainanen, thoughts on 3-0 Power Rangers? They look pretty cool. I don't know that I will necessarily be, like, buying them, but that's more so just because I don't know that I like Power Rangers enough to want to buy, like, 1/6 scale Power Rangers with soft goods clothes. That's just me. But they do look really cool. I think there is like a discourse going on about the accuracy of some of the helmets. That is a discourse I don't really have much of an opinion on because I think they look fine, but I'm not looking for necessarily like perfection. Yeah, this isn't working. Disgrace, yeah, I'm hoping I can nail some neon on the hair, but I'm not really sure how I'm gonna do it. Scale 75, I have not. I got some secret weapon kicking around here. Where'd it go? It's one of the inks. My brush is in my mouth. Don't judge me. It's just a handle. It's pirate style. Yo ho ho. There we go. Let me just put some of this on it and see what happens. Not quite what I'm looking for. I mean, I could always leave the hair darker, but I don't know. I'd like to do something with it. So I think I'm going to have to chase individual strands. Because these PVC sculpts are like just soft enough that I can't get the dry brushing to take on them very well. While I'm doing that, I got a highlight I want to add to the normal green bits. Oh, I know what I could do. Why don't I mix some of this in with some of this? Yoo-hoo-hoo-hoo, look at that. that's something. It's turning into something. Sculpted fists have 5 mil holes, so we can just add our own freaky fingers by making him hold other hands. Well, that's a cool color. I'm just going to go through highlighting this green armor that isn't all the turquoisey stuff. Oh, Disgraced 101. Transformers continues as it always does. So I'm just catching up a bit. The next line is doing very currently is doing very classicifying reduxes of other continuity characters. The whole thing is called Legacy. It'll be interesting to see what they do in the future waves of that line, because I'm unclear on whether or not Legacy is just going to be a one-year part of a trilogy, or like it's just like, oh, we're just going to do some Legacy now for a little bit. That's interesting. It has been very much bringing, so far at least, of the things they've shown, they legacied Laser Prime, which isn't like a whole lot of legacying really to do. They legacied Prime Universe, Bulk, and RC, which involved basically like Evergreen G1ifying them. In the case of RC, like, I think it didn't really turn out all that well. In the case of Bulkhead, I think it's like fine, but there are a lot of folks who are not digging either of them. But it's also wave 1, so we'll see what they do, and as the line continues. Studio Series is still continuing. It's got like an entire sub-branch that is Studio Series 1986 movie now. The comics are currently pretty dang cool. They're just releasing on YouTube, debuting the 2 45-minute final episodes of Cyberverse, which I think is a really dang cool cartoon. We got a deck builder board game coming out, which is also rather surprisingly solid. Played a couple solo rounds of it myself so far, off of a review copy. And it has a lot of room for expansion. So I think the real test for it will be like, what does the Decepticon expansion do, and then are there going to be more expansions? If they go Power Rangers Heroes of the Grid on it, then that game could have a lot of legs, because they built a very, what I would call expandable engine. Oh yeah, Disgrace. There's yeah, Star Saber got funded in HasLabs. That's going to be a whole thing. Oh yeah, there's a pen and paper tabletop RPG for Transformers coming as well, as part of the Hasbro Renegade Games push. Anything happening for Transformers is also happening for Power Rangers and G.I. Joe, basically. Oh, yeah, this is, was it Disgrace? Was it you who mentioned doing yellow as a highlight on green? I am kind of liking how this looks as a separate color, I guess, as a way to like make it look like a separate green. Told me a thing like 10 minutes ago and I've already forgot who said it. Evidence that I should wind down soonish. But also, like, I'm really fixated here. Like, if I could finish Parvati, that would be delightful. Okay, okay. Oh yeah, yeah, no, yeah. Feel free to suggest things. Like, basically, like, worst thing that'll happen is I'll go like, "Nah, that's fine. I don't agree." Like that's that's the worst thing that could happen, right? 'Cause I could just be like, "I think my idea is better," and then eventually you'll be proven right, and then I'll be like, "Well, whose stream is it?" I'll become one of those stream users where I'm like, "I'm calling to authority of me." Sorry, I'm just glancing back. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with the guns. YouTube is a wealth of painting ideas. There is so much helpful stuff on here. I can't even begin. Even this whole non-metallic metal thing, like, once I saw videos of the ways some folks even do it, I was like, oh, now I at least, like, understand conceptually what we're trying to accomplish. Transformers on vacation, take it easy. Whatever I end up doing, I'll post pictures on Twitter. Just trying to put this alternate green on the guns a little bit. Sea Striker, we're getting close, yeah. Been going a lot longer than I intended. I've just become, over the course of the stream, rather fixated on finishing up this model. This is, by the way, an Extra Life stream. I am part of Aaron's team, Andy Roo's Gaming Gang. Aaron was doing an all-day long thing today, and I wanted to do my part, so I hopped on in the evening to do a little bit of miniatures painting. Alright, it's not as dynamic as I was hoping, but I think this helps the two pistols stand out enough for me to feel like I can leave them alone. He says right before he adds a wash to them. Oh, Robot Lorekeeper, there might be like some kind of setting that's preventing like YouTube links or something. I don't understand actually how that would be a setting, because Aaron was able to. Aaron is a moderator. That's why he was able to post that link. There might be like a link setting that YouTube defaults to like non-usable. I don't know how to easily change settings on the phone. It often runs the risk of me accidentally like just moderating random posts, so I usually just leave it alone. Oh, Exodus, it's all good. Now you gotta get some of that thick white. I found finally 2 white paints that I really like that let me like apply like at least like some white overpainting over like something that's just like black. Where are they? There's a Formula P3. Formula P3 Moro White is the nicest just white paint I've found so far for me. Because it's not super thin and it just functions like a paint. They got a good formula going with this one. And the one I use for dry brushing is a Citadel Dry Rack White. This is a browner white, a little bit more bony, but this goes on really well over top of anything for just like doing a general dry brush to get the detail to show up. Just checking the chat. I'm still a Zenithal. I'm still a Zenithal boy. I still do the black and then like the top Zenithal down white. What I've been doing right now is I've been doing black and then top white for Zenithal. Then I do Army Painter Strong Tone wash and then Rack White dry brush. That's if I have no idea what I really want to do with the thing. I do those steps to create just like a nice looking like marbled marbled monotone paint job. And then I kind of stare at it for a bit and then start making decisions. That's been my process for the last little while. Here, I'll show you. That's what I did with this one. So this was black, and then Zenithal white, and then Strong Tone, and then Rack White dry brush. And so I get this, like, you know, decent monotone look. And then, like, you know, if I do, like, thin contrast glazes over top of this, it's, like, pretty much done, if I want to be. Oh, hi, Pee-Pee Poo-Poo! I know about you and your grand works. You know what they say, it's the last time you'll ever laugh if you say his name. The Pee-Pee Poo-Poo Man. In this house, we always accommodate the Pee-Pee Poo-Poo Man meme. That's some good stuff. That's good work done by hardworking people. Lorenz Retiro, hello. I'm just figuring out some of my last paint decisions on this and... Oh, thank you very much, Pee-Pee Poo-Poo. Yeah, I gotta figure out my Major Luna color scheme still. All the other ones I put one color on. Major Luna got a green. Basically, I kind of followed the box art for one color on all of them, and then I'm kind of staring at them for inspiration. Got them eyes. Yeah, this is a contrast. Of the two contrast yellows, this is the orangey one. This Eondon yellow. Nazdreg yellow is also pretty good, but I like this orangey one for a palette like this. I just gotta figure out the hair. Oh, I like Wild Bill. That's one of the ones I finished. I could show you actually the ones I've done. I got Wild Bill here. Blech. I did up Wild Bill and 8-Ball kind of together. And the first one I did, actually last year, was Maximus. So I've only got these 3 done from the core set so far. I'd like to finish the core set so I can start picking up the expansions. Because Meeple Mart finally got in more of these hex bases, which they make them completely unusable in Infinity, but I don't really mind because I love the look, and then, you know, they still work for Aristea. And now I've got enough hex bases to cover the entire line. Yeah, this Wild Bill look I really like. I don't know if I'm going to carry this over to the actual, like, N4 Wild Bill, because his costume doesn't look quite as refined. It's a lot more actual, like, rugged, like, outlaw in a duster coat and, like, army gear. So he doesn't have, like, this sort of, like, you know, he doesn't have the pinstripe pants. So I don't know if I'm going to carry over the purple on that one whenever I pick it up. But I like this one a lot with the golden gun. I also got his, hang on, I can show you. I managed to get his face. It was very tricky because these Aristea base game sculpts are in PVC, and my understanding is these are enormously mushier than every single expansion PVC model that they put out. Orexidus, the problem is that, like, the hex base is also 5mm wider than the base all these models are supposed to be on. So it's easier to upscale a base than it is to downscale a base. Also, I can't get a 3D printer. I live in a 1-bedroom Toronto apartment. There's no room for one in here. It would either be in my bedroom or ostensibly in my kitchen, and neither of those places are a good place for a 3D printer, in my opinion. Because my living room and kitchen are kind of the same thing. Pee-pee poo-poo. I did paint these myself. And soon I'll have another one painted. Nah. What can I do to make her hair cool? It would be neat to turbo dork this hair, but I just don't think that's going to work. And it's going to look too flaky. First thing I'll do. Let's see what happens if I do this. I don't really have a defensible plan of action that I'm up to right now. I'm kind of just winging some stuff and seeing what happens afterwards. Also, in general, thank you very much for the kind compliments on those last minis. I don't think I properly actually acknowledged a lot of that. I appreciate that. That's very kind. I mentioned earlier in the stream, but like a lot of this stuff I'm doing are things I never was able to figure out when I painted miniatures as a teenager. And so there's a lot of unexpected long-term edification and satisfaction coming from some of this. I probably gotta let that dry. There's something happening there. Ooh, I could try contrast yellow blended up, maybe. Out from the top. Let me give that a try once this dries. Maybe V-Build's coming in the future, hopefully. Is there a reason that blue character has a white base? Which one do you mean? You mean this one over here? Generally, if there's a white base, it just means I haven't painted it yet. 'Cause I'm still working on these. I gotta do like a round of highlights on these and I can call them done. And then I'll do the base. Oh, this one? Yeah, this is just like I haven't done the base yet. The base will eventually be painted black. Yeah, the answer still applies. Dark green wash closer to the roots of the hair. I'm always like, do I want to do a dark green wash or do I want a dark green glaze? Glazing is fun. I have all this paint sitting here on the wet palette. Why don't I make use of some of this? Let's see what this does on the texture. Alright, there we go. I know I said I was going to wait, but also, what if I just do it now? Oh, hello, Bizarro13. Has BattleTech caught on post-boycott over in Canada? I've seen it floating around, but, like, I haven't kept up really with any Canadian tabletop scenes. But I saw a bunch of it all of a sudden at Meeple Mart. Lawrence Retire, have you played Inscription yet? It's a roguelike card game at first, but once you get deep in the story... I saw the name Inscription, but I haven't yet checked out what it is. That sounds cool, though. Rexodus, I've seen that question about making, like, a tabletop set for the action figures come up before. I suspect it just has to... It probably has a lot to do with, like, what the... I don't know if I'm using the word right. I get the feeling it's like, what is the shareholder expectation of what a toy line is advertised to do? Because I think that, in general, like, a large company like that would rather create a rule set for a game for which you'd also need to buy entirely new items to play, rather than, like, value upping what you've already purchased, I guess. There is actually a tabletop game that is designed around base sizes with the idea that you use it with, like, Gundams and Transformers and stuff. It's called Gamma Wolves. I have not played it myself, but I read up on it a bunch, and it seems like it's a pretty cool miniatures agnostic game. I'm getting an idea. Alright, take it easy, Disgraced. Also, yo, we did a glaze! Blend thing. Whatever we're gonna call it. I'm gonna go so far as to say, I think this is done. I'm just going to get a little bit of a black coat on the base, so I can see how that looks with the finished hues. Stands out, yeah. That Transformers TTRPG, I'm really curious, like, about anything about it, like what they're gonna do, because they haven't really, like, I don't think they really said much about it yet, other than they're doing it, and it has some fresh Matt Frank art. Oh yeah, Command Droids is highly Transformers inspired and kind of wears it on its sleeve. Yeah, Exodus, it's kind of like, No one could have foreseen the environment that a lot of that stuff would get kickstarted into. Like, I don't envy folks who were trying to launch. I mean, that whole year was from one thing to another. Well, I guess year and a half. We're still going to be seeing effects of a lot of stuff for some time to come. Oh, that's satisfying. One little bit of upkeep though, I gotta kind of do. I never finished the pale sand bits on this guy. I would like to just do that so that I don't have a half-finished thing sitting here, because that bothers me. One last bit of business, and then we'll be all done. This stream went a lot longer than I expected, but also it was kind of relaxing, I thought. Before this whole Parvati nonsense really kicked off and turned into the rest of the entire stream inadvertently. Have I experimented with making stylized... Sorry, I missed this earlier. Stylized figure bases, earth or stone, etc. Yeah, hang on a sec. I mean, I guess it's like... It's not like super stylized. Hang on. Just gotta get this last little spot satisfied. but just on these Infinity figures, like on the Aristea, the Ariadna stuff, I was trying to use some more materials like cork rock and things to like kind of build up the base to be a bit more, because this base is basically flat. So I tried to get like a whole bunch of textures going. And then with the nomads from the same box, I tried to use some urban rubble pieces. So that there's like chunks of rubble and stuff, and I put some scratch marks and gouges into them. So just, yeah, trying some, you know, it's ostensibly still like just texture, but going for this. What the hell is this thing? Get out of here. Get out of here. We had a friggin' porn bot run in here. The hell was that? Sorry, man, the best girls. You appear to have been obliterated from the channel. Oops. Badge of honor. The titillation automatons have taken note of your output. You should be proud. I just want to get my pale sand down on my Necron. I forgot to do the gut cables on this one too. I knew I forgot something on that one. Boy, though, that thing was unsubtle. I haven't seen a bot like that on YouTube chat before, or at least not for a while. I don't recall something that's just coming in, just spamming moist emojis. Does that happen over on mainstream YouTube's live streams? Is that a thing nowadays? What does that automaton thing is going to do? It's asking a lot for people to put together. There's a lot of equations going on in there. Look at this, just glaring at you. Yeah, I hate to pat myself on the back a whole lot, but I'm really into how those went on. Like, I'm gonna do yellow over them. But yo, that went well. Yeah, I've only seen that kind of stuff on Twitch too. Oh, okay. You go to the channel of the guy who made Astif movie. All his recent videos are flooded with him. Jeez. That's wretched. Only Evangelist so far has been graced by the presence of the legendary Pee Pee Poo Poo. I mean, they've got to have found some way around, like, automated moderation. Like, given how friggin', like, that was basically someone running in with their hand down their pants, just, like throwing their own back out. Going like, oh, more where this came from, bleh. What made you think of purple color scheme for your Necrons? Yeah, this one. I wanted purple because I like purple, and then I got this great metallic purple from Turbo Dork. Let me just pull it out here. Called People Eater. So this purple that's on them right now is I did Vallejo Real Metals and then did a purple contrast paint over top. And then if you start layering purple People Eater on top of that, you get this like vibrant, like chewable purple. So I really liked how that looked, and so I wanted to have a supporting color to go with that. So yellows and oranges go with purple pretty well, so I just went with that. I didn't want to do any silver once I started seeing how this looked, so I went for copper instead, which I then highlighted with gold. And that's pretty much all how it came together, and I'm quite pleased with it. And the base color, I went for some synthwavy colors for the bases, and I didn't want to do black rims on these because I always do black rims, and I wanted there to be more color in the base, so I went for coal black instead for this kind of greeny off black. So I'm gonna soon have my Tesla Immortals all done. Apparently they're not very good in Kill Team, but I don't care because I have the models. So I'm gonna paint them. Ain't no one gonna stop me. Yeah, I want to get Parvati off this thing so I can give the base a proper. Once over. Ugh. Where's my poster putty at? Where did it go? I buried it. Holy crap. Where's it over there? Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta find my poster putty. I believe some call it blue tack, but mine is not blue. Is yellow. I've been using this poster putty for a very long time. I'm surprised it still remotely works. Okie dokie. The one problem with those Citadel paint handles, I like them a lot, but they grip the base so well that you can't paint the base rim when it's on there, so you have to come up with some kind of scheme. Thank you for the kind words on the purple. Do I steal color schemes from Transformers? Yeah, I mentioned earlier my Star Wars Legion Separatists, the Clankers, are basically going to be done in Slipstream colors. So half of them will be purple, half of them will be teal. I like Slipstream colors a lot, so it's a color scheme I try to not just use everywhere because I'm already treading the line of like tons of miniatures I paint end up being purple. And I don't mind, but I would like them to not all look purple all the time. I just really like purple a lot. Oh yeah, there Transformers is like, I truly, I do agree. I think if you set a color scheme, you could find a Transformers product that has it on it without even having to delve into like knockoffs or third party. There's probably very few color schemes that Transformers have not hit at this point. I mean, that's what happens when you have a toy line that unendingly puts toys out for like 16 years or 17 years. 17? 37 years, jeez. Now I'm having trouble with math and time. But basically, there has never been a year in which Transformers toys were not coming out somewhere. So, through sheer mathematical attrition, a lot of color schemes have happened. Time is dumb and fake. Like, I saw one up here, orange and brown and purple. I think that's just Double Crosser, kind of. Like, I already could think of one who kind of fits that palette. You take some liberties here and there, I guess, but... Just waiting for some of this paint to dry on the base, so I can do the second coat on the base. I guess while that's drying, I could... This is how I end up painting for hours on end, is I'm always like, well, I guess while that's drying, I could do one more little thing. Yeah, once again, through sheer attrition, plus bots, like, it's hard to think of another IP that has that many nameable characters. I'm counting if we're doing this, I'm counting bots. Star Wars might have more through, again, sheer attrition, I guess. You seen that account that posts a named Star Wars character every hour and expects to be done sometime in the late 2020s? I truly wonder if at some point in that thing's run it, like, just slips in a made-up Star Wars name. Just one OC. The thing about Star Wars is that it has a ton of ancillary written fiction as well. And it has a few years on Transformers as well. Like, it's older. Actually feels like a really weird thing to just declare. Like, Star Wars is older than Transformers. It's like someone in the back of the room just gets up and leaves. No! Some things can't be taken back. So they're on their way out the door. I'll remember you. Oh man, my autofocus is usually actually quite kind during these painting streams, but now every time I'm glancing up, it's starting to slip. It's like that thing's getting tired too. Ugh, I can't. Third-party Tau? Wait, which one? Sorry, that's just, I didn't expect that. Which one's the third-party Tau? The green one or the blue one? I gotta get to know more Warhammer people so I can just call one of them eventually, once we're friendly enough, a third-party Tau. That's a new life goal. Oh yeah, with the Mecha Wings. No, this is from Aristea, which is in the Infinity universe. This is Parvati. I did some non-metallic metal on her main body. There we go. Now he is also glaring at you. I hope that didn't come across to me. I was like, legit double take. I've never seen the phrase third-party Tau before, so I was like, whoa. Alright, I'm gonna do one more coat on the base, and then I will be satisfied for now. Yeah, non-metallic metal, I'm really into it on these Infinity pieces, because they're the same scale as 40K, but nobody's Space Marine big. They're all like normal people size. So the metallic flake, I saw someone say this and I kind of agreed with it, is the metallic flake kind of looks, the flakes look bigger on them, in a way that's kind of like a little off-putting. So I was like, yeah, I'll try some non-metallic metal. It's less, I guess in my case, I'm calling it non-metallic metal, but what I'm doing is more like highly contrasty wet blending. Like I could share, like this is the first time I tried it, is on this guy for just on the chest plate. So it's sort of the approach, but it's less about its metal and more about like I'm painting in the shadows and highlights, I guess, from like a sort of asserted light source. This guy's pecs, actually, I really was happy with. Otherwise, I wasn't really sure what I was going to do to make that chest armor pop. There we go. You can tell the world I said that. This guy's pecs I was really happy with. They were not off-putting, nor were they juicy. They had just the right amount of moisture. Good hand feel. Alright, I gotta close out the palette. Don't let myself think I can do anything else. Take a break, mister. Yeah, I did say it twice, that's right. The legends are true. Let's do some... I'll show you all my brush cleaning rituals so you can tell me how wrong they are. First I use the soap bar that is shaped like a disc. And then I grab the brush cleaner, because I used this brush like for 5 hours or 6 hours or whatever just now. And then a couple swishes. And because I used the brush for so long, I'm going to give it a little time in the brush restorer too. Just let it chill out there for a second. Yeah, I think tomorrow I can finish up these Necrons without much fuss or muss. Basically getting them all to look like this guy. And then I can take Parvati out for a top coat. I bet I could finish up my Rokots as well. He's got 3 of them. And now I've got a highlight plan going on. Yeah, Rothian Fairmoon. I found, like, just using all this cleaner stuff, has a pretty decent effect. Like, I still mistreat my brushes quite a bit to certain degrees, I think, but I started trying to use all this stuff, and it's even saved some of, like, the old kind of, like, junky, you know, like 25 brushes for $5 kind of brushes. It's even resurrected a couple of those decently. But yeah, what else we got going on here? I'm just trying to think. Anything else I can add? But the stream has been very long, so I should just end it. One last time, this was an Extra Life stream. There is a link in the description below if you do want to donate towards Sick Kids Hospital. I'm part of Andy Roo's gaming gang, which is headed up by my friend Aaron, AKSMTH. And we're doing stuff. He was doing a whole bunch today. But yeah, that's about it for the updates, I guess. Next review is going to be, I know who's still here from earlier in the stream. Next review is review number 420. The toy we're doing is an older toy by Resaurus. Basically, I looked around at some toys that were sitting around, and I was trying to think which one of these makes me think of like a crusty old stoner going, "Ayy." And I looked at this one toy, and it said, "Ayy," right back at me, and I was like, all right, this is review 420. It's not even like a classically weed character, but I don't know. I didn't want to think too much about a review 420. Otherwise, it would have been overthinking and trying to go like, what are all the green Transformers? And then like, that would have mostly been an exercise in checking boxes. This is going to be shorter, more organic, and like only vaguely on topic, but I'm happy with it. And then Sunstreaker. Probably. Anyway, you all take it easy. Have a good night. And I also have a podcast episode I meant to post. I got busy IRL, in real life, as the kids say. So I gotta go click some buttons for that at some point. I'll do that tomorrow. I'm gonna eat a cookie. So while I go to do that, you all take it easy. Let's bring it down here for a final shot. This was easy. This was our prize of the day. This was the real accomplishment here. So always remember, be dominant, and I'll talk to you all later. The X is way farther away from where my finger is than I thought it was going to be. This is really awkward, but I got it. I got it!